Good morning. Pardon Board is called to order on today, Monday, March 10th, 2025. The time is 9:05 a.m. Could we get a roll call, please?
Ms. ROUSSELL.
Present.
Prater.
Present.
Hughes.
Here.
Freeman.
Present.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Right, we have only 4 members present today, so any favorable action will require unanimous vote today. We'll allow public comment on request before any action is taken on any case. But our first item on our agenda this morning under regular business is review and approval of the minutes from Monday, February 24th, 2025. Those are in your packet. Are there any corrections?
Ma'am,
Hearing none, we'd entertain a motion for approval.
I make a motion that we approve the minutes as follows. Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Tillis, a second by Mr. Prater to approve the minutes for Monday, February 24th, 2025 as presented. Are there any objections? Good. Hearing none, the minutes are approved. Our next agenda item is consideration of applications for clemency or pardon, and we are ready for our first case. Right here. All right, good morning. Ms. Gaspard.
Yes.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address, please.
Okay. My name is Michelle Gaspard. My mailing address is 90 Blue Forest Road, Rayville, Louisiana, 71269.
And let's see, you have on Zoom, and I think we have the video from Mr. Russell.
Yes.
We also have here with us in Baton Rouge, your sister Julie and your brother Matthew. Thank y'all for coming, and we'll allow y'all to speak in just a few minutes. First, let me just read some identifying information into the record. Ms. Gaspard, your DWCC number is 712862. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in the 15th Judicial District, Vermilion Parish, in July 2016 to a 3-year term for possession of OxyContin. Is that right? So would you take a moment before we hear from your family, would you take a moment and tell us why are you here? You know, what got you here? And why are you seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms? And why do you think we should vote for you?
Well, I'm very grateful to be here and to be offered this opportunity. Probably over 12 years ago that I got that charge. It was one appeal, and I was going through a rough time in my life. And about 10 years ago, I went through First Start program, and it changed my life. They teach you about God and read a lot of scripture, and just it was transformed from the inside out. And I never looked back. And I've been sober for 10 years, and I have a great life. I'm married. And it just doesn't represent, my past doesn't represent, not that I'm ashamed of it, but it's just, that's not who I am anymore. And for the firearms, I mean, I'm never gonna hold a gun. I'm not even gonna lie. But I just want all my rights back. When I feel, you know, I'm a productive member of society, I don't have that heavy weight on me anymore. It's not who I am anymore. I just would like to be pardoned and just not have that over my head.
Thank you. First, we'd like to hear from the pastor, Mr. Russell.
Yes. Is he connected? He sent in a video.
We did. We have, yeah. He's just, but did he check in this morning? He's on the list. We did see the video. It was very, very complimentary of you and your
I
accomplishments.
think you forgot to say that you went to First Start and then you've been working there ever since.
Yeah, he told
I'm
us.
sure.
He told us. He told
I
us.
think that's simple.
Yeah, so we'd like to hear from your family first. Julie, could we hear from you?
Stand aside or?
Sure, yeah, that's fine.
I keep crying. I'm just so proud of her. So we lost our mom 5 years ago. And 2 months later, she got clean and sober and never looked back. I was just saying, I'm just so proud. My kids look up to her, call her for everything. She's our rock now.
I'm the oldest. I used to be the rock, but she's our rock. And I just want her to be proud of her. And I can't talk.
Okay, we're glad you're here. Matthew, can we hear from you?
Love you.
Yeah, she's right. I like it well. My best friend, it's all every day. It's in the scriptures to each other every day. She yeah, she's just big. I don't think it's stable in our lives. Community. So just so many women, even men with difficulty in her community. It's just amazing. And you know, obviously, you don't have to phone. We just love her. She's got so many people. She's like, I'm for divorce. So my business and moved with her. And now I live not far from her. And she just she kind of saved my life as well. You know, she brought me to church. I stayed with her for a year. And we woke up every night and we go devotions together, to church together, Bible together, and then of course my wife got married, business and stuff. Just she's been such a it's mental to me as well. Like I said, if anybody deserves this one right.
All right, well, thank you. Thanks for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Michelle, your case this morning has been assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer any questions he has?
Okay, Michelle, basically, I'm not gonna ask you a bunch of questions. I want to congratulate you on what you've done. I saw where the charge was back in 2012, but they didn't take you to court till 2016 for one pill.
Yeah.
So,
It feels like, and that's what I was telling them, I said, it's just, this is a lot for one field, but I learned a lot on the way, you know, and I don't regret it. It's just, it's kind of, I'm tired of it, it's kind of just keep popping up.
Okay, so I just want to congratulate you, and I'm gonna vote to grant with restoration of firearms. That'll be our recommendation to the governor.
All right, Mr. Tillis,
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Craig,
I concur.
and I as well. So
Thank
on
you.
your behalf, we're going to make that recommendation to the governor. Good luck to you. Congratulations.
Awesome, thank you. Thank you.
Right?
Yes, ma'am, how are you?
Good morning. I'm fine. Thank you. How are you?
Okay.
Now we have Dewana Daniels for counsel for you today.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this Miss?
It's supposed to be on Zoom.
Oh, on Zoom. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Is she on Zoom?
You supposedly checked in and everything already. Yes.
We have her listed, so I don't have her listed as. We're trying to get her. Hang on.
Yes, ma'am.
One for work. So, Mr. Vernon, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and current.
My name is Brandon White. My address is 31050 LA Highway 16, Denver Springs. We've got 70726.
Right, and we have here with Baton Rouge, Trina Lloyd, a friend who wants to speak on your behalf. We'll ask her to do so. And on Zoom, standing in for counsel, Dewana Daniels. Good morning.
Good morning, yes.
So let me just read some identifying information into the record, Mr. White. Your DOC number is 454650. You're here this morning seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You have operating vehicle while intoxicated offenses, convictions, all in Baton Rouge. You were sentenced May 2002 for a DWI third offense to 5 years. That was suspended, placed on 5 years probation. You have a sentencing date also in East Baton Rouge, operating a vehicle intoxicated, sentenced January 2004, 5 years hard labor suspended, 5 years active supervised probation. And there's another DWI fourth offense. You were sentenced April 2004 to 10 years DOC. Is all that information correct?
Yes, it's correct.
Right. So first of all, Mr. White, we'd like to hear from you and tell us, what got you here, what got you in all that trouble, and why are you seeking a pardon with restoration of farms, and why do you believe we should vote for you today?
Yes, ma'am. President, like I said, I thank y'all for the opportunity to come this morning, y'all. During this time, I was very immature person. I didn't have respect for myself or basically my family, nobody. I think one of the many things that helped me to get to this point where I'm at today is my prison time, 10 years. I had time to think, I had time to get help. I've been through counseling, have people I can talk to during the process. So it's been like a 20-year process. Not the same person that I was back then. I don't drink. My problem was, I guess, issues with me, my thinking process. Basically, it has to be your thinking. Either I'm gonna do what's right, respect the law, respect myself first, be the man that I'm supposed to be the adult that I was raised to be. I don't blame nobody. I don't blame the law. I don't blame my parents. They did what they're supposed to do. My mother, my father. I blame myself. But in the process of that, I went through prison, counseling, I have people I can talk to. I've turned my whole situation around for the positive. I haven't been in any trouble, none at all. That's because of my new thinking. I think before I react. I want to say I'm asking for another opportunity to continue doing what I'm doing. I'm thinking I'm nothing like the person that I used to be, or the stuff that says on the paperwork. It's just I just changed something overall. Next month I'll be 54 years old. I really don't know too much more that I could say. I think a lot of it was my thinking process. I'm not gonna say peer pressure or nothing like that. It's just making the wrong decisions. Not taking responsibility as a man should do, and that's what I do today.
Okay.
That's about all I got.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
We'd like to hear from Miss Trina Lloyd, please. Miss Lloyd?
Hi. The person that you guys are looking at on Life of Life, I didn't know that individual. I've known Brian for the past a little over 3 years. And it's like night and day, basically. I don't even, in his decision-making process of the things that he did, that's on black and white, I know him to think, don't just react, you know what I'm saying? Take time to think, don't react. Most people, react before responding. I don't know that person. He's hardworking. When he sets his mind to do something, his goals included, he gets it done. I don't know the individual prior to that. I can only speak on Vernon that I know. He's a good person. And I'm glad I met the other side of him, not that side. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know that person. But the man that he is today, he's a very, very, very good, hardworking man.
Good, thanks for sharing those remarks with us. We appreciate it. Ms. Daniels, we'd like to hear from you now.
Yes, ma'am. I just have a couple questions for Mr. Vernon. The first question is, are you currently employed?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are you employed?
I actually own my own,
Mr. White, can you step back up to the podium, please?
yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I'm employed as an electrician, and I have my own business as a property manager.
Ms. Daniels, are you his attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we'd like to hear a presentation from you rather than you questioning him.
Okay. Well, my position is that he has, from my understanding, he's had a journey with sobriety that he has successfully completed, and he has remained alcohol-free for quite a bit of time. I think he can give you the exact amount of time that he has been alcohol-free. And I think he has successfully been able to be sober. I mean, as you're aware, these convictions are for DWI, which stem from alcohol abuse. So the fact that he is sober for quite some time now, I think that goes to him being a good candidate for a offender pardon. That's pretty much my position on his pardon.
Thank you. We appreciate it. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. White, your case was assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer any questions he has?
Okay, Mr. White, what do you do now to remain sober?
I go off of my thinking, before I say thinking, because usually every bad decision happens when you don't think. So instead of me going to work, getting off of work, maybe drink a beer or some wine or something like that, I do some other stuff. I read, I stay focused.
Do you go to any NA meetings, anything like that?
Not lately, because I kind of work 6 and 7 days a week, but also, what helped me also to most is I talked to a lot of other people that's been in my situation as well. I really do honestly work a lot, almost 6, 7 days a week, every week, so I really don't have too much time to even get in trouble or go to meetings or go to bars or whatever. I mostly kind of stick to myself, and I think that was a lot to help me get to where I'm at today. Just being aware, if I think I don't really think about drinking. I don't keep drinking in my, my house or nothing like that, beer, wine, alcohol, nothing like that. It's more of a positive thing for me. I wake up every day with goals, trying to accomplish just my overall health and thinking. And I think that's one of the biggest parts that helped me to get to where I'm at today.
Okay. And you're married now?
No, sir, I've never been married.
Okay, you have a daughter, right?
Yes, sir, I have a daughter.
Okay.
Actually, I have 2 daughters.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
good. I have no further questions.
Hi.
Mr. Tillis.
When's the last time you had a drink?
Say maybe. Let's say maybe about.
Just roughly
Maybe 2 years ago, something like that.
2 years.
Maybe year and 3/4, something like that, maybe 2 years ago.
Right. So you haven't been alcohol, you haven't been drunk.
No, sir.
So you don't drink often?
No, I didn't say I don't drink often. I said I don't drink. It's not, well, where I'm at in the point of my life right now, that's not what I'm really focused on or really trying to do.
So in 2 years, you haven't had a drink?
Yes, sir.
I see. I have no more questions.
How many total times have you been arrested for DWI?
Total times, 4.
There's 7 on your rap sheet. You sure it's 4?
But I might be wrong. I might be wrong. Saying y'all have the paperwork.
Yes, I think,
Yeah.
I think your rap sheet shows 7, because I know that many times you hadn't been you hadn't been convicted when you get the next one, and so they can't make it a 4th or a 3rd. So they end up piling up more than just the numbers that you end up getting convicted of. That's what I was just curious about, is how many times you'd been arrested for DWI. Okay, thank you, that's all I have.
Mr. White, I noticed in the record that at the time of the clemency investigation, you were behind you still had some fees, fines, and court costs that were owed.
All that stuff is paid. I've paid all of it.
Because as of March of 23, that was still $1,750. That's what you
I
paid.
paid.
And how much time did you do in prison?
7.5, almost 8 years.
And you mentioned did you do some substance abuse when you were in prison?
Yes, ma'am. I did that counseling. I had first you have AA and NA. They have some stuff called tutoring. I did this at Fort Wayne and David Wayne. They have programs specifically for people with drug abuse or alcohol abuse. While you're in prison and when you get out, they will give you the information to help you when you get out as well.
Yeah, so when you got out, what we recommended that you do to stay sober?
Well, I was on parole when I got out, so they give you a whole list of all the stuff that I have to do, the mandatory AA meetings. But at that time with my job, I worked offshore, so They kind of made sure I get some AP meetings. I stayed in full contact with my parole officer. Pay my fees. He come check my on a regular basis.
So, but your parole was revoked? Why was it revoked?
When did you say this was?
Let's see.
On probation, when you received a board, vote and got 10 years.
That's what I got.
Okay, when you got the new charge.
Yes, ma'am.
I see. All right. I don't see any other questions. Are we prepared to vote?
I'd like to go into executive session.
We have a motion for executive session.
Second.
You can call the roll.
Renata,
Yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
Prater,
Yes.
Freeman.
Yes.
All right. We'll be in executive session for a few moments to discuss confidential matters. It's 9:35. Right back. Go back in session.
I'll make a motion, we go back in session.
I second.
I have a motion and a second to go back in regular session. It's 9:38. So, Mr. White. All right, I think we are prepared to vote. Mr. Freeman will be voting first.
Okay, Mr. White, first off, I just want to compliment you on the turnaround you've made and what you're doing out there today. My biggest problem is that you admitted you had a drink 2 years ago, you know, and there's no having a drink once you're an alcoholic like that. You can't have a drink. And I really still think, I mean, I know you're making a lot of money, but you need to still every now and then go to AA meetings and remember, you know, why you had to do that time. But today, I just don't think it's a long enough time since you've had a drink. My vote is to deny.
Mr. Tillis.
My vote's going to be Grant. I think you're doing well. I hope you continue to keep up the good work, and probably it wouldn't hurt to take some abuse classes so that you won't fall into that alcoholic period again.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Prater.
I deny, I concur with you. Mr. Franklin.
And, Mr. White, well, it requires a unanimous vote, so you know what the outcome is today. My vote today would also be to deny. I agree with my colleagues in that you're doing very well. Seems to, at least for surely the last couple of years when you can have a drink. But I haven't seen, for me, you hadn't demonstrated a need for a pardon with the restoration of firearms. Seems as though you're doing well. It's not impacting your job, your criminal record. So I'm just not ready to do that today. So good luck to you, sir. We
Yeah,
appreciate
very
it.
good.
Thank you.
All right,
Hello.
good morning, Mr. Doe.
Yes,
Would you please introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
my name is Min Doe. Mailing address is 804 Hickory Street, Terrytown, Louisiana, 70056.
Mr. Doe, you're here this morning seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. Now, let's see, you have joining us also by Zoom, you have Brandon, your son, Stacy, your spouse. Is that who's there with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then Nicole Johnson, I guess Brandon's mother.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
daughter-in-law Wanda Pitts. So Brandon, Stacy, and Nicole will be speaking on your behalf, and we'll ask them at the appropriate time for their remarks. Also joining us for remarks and comments would be a representative from the DA's office in Jefferson Parish, and we'll ask for his remarks also at the appropriate time. First, let me just read some identifying information. Your DOC number, Mr. Doe, is 394561. Can you hear us okay?
Yes,
You are seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You have sentences both in Orleans and Jefferson Parish. Let's see, you have a 1998 conviction, theft and simple burglary. You received a 4.5-year sentence. You have 2013 conviction for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon and manufacture and growth of marijuana. You received a 10-year and 5-year sentence respectively on those convictions. And then in 2017, you received a 1-year DOC sentence for contraband. Is all that correct?
yes, ma'am.
Mr. Doe, would you tell us why you're here today? What got you in all this trouble? Why are you seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms? And why do you think you're deserving of that?
Well, my first conviction, I was 17 years old. I was very, very young at the time. I was just a knucklehead. And, I learned my lesson off of that. I didn't get in trouble again till over 10 years later. I got into a situation with my friends and I was just in too deep. Again, I was a knucklehead at the time. I learned from it a lot. I have 3 beautiful kids now. I spend all my time with my children. All I want to do is take care of them, be a good example, get past all this stuff. And that's mainly why I asking for a pardon.
Thank you, sir. So, well, let us hear from your wife, Stacy.
Hello. Hey, I met Min in 2017. So he had all of his trouble before I met him. So I can't really speak to that too much, but since he has been, at least as long as I've known him, he has been trying to stay out of trouble. He doesn't do anything other than, work and spend time with our kids and with Brandon. He's been a stand-up citizen as long as I've known him. I do believe that he is past whatever he may have been, whatever activities he may have been into when he was younger. I do believe that he's past those.
All right, thank you, ma'am. We appreciate you speaking with us this morning. So next, could we hear from Brandon, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Yeah, so when he got in trouble with all this, I was so young. So I can't even remember really what most of that was like, but all I can remember is he has been the best example of a dad I can ever think of. And when he did come back and they ended up having Cody, the middle child, I've never seen someone so dedicated to raising a child, and he's got special needs, and You know, that was a big thing. Sorry. Yeah, a big part of this too is my dad immigrated when he was real young. And getting this pardon would be a big step forward to him getting his full citizenship. Um, and that's something that's really big for all of us. And he's the best that I could ever ask for. He's been supporting me in all my sporting events, school, and everything. And he really is a great guy. So, yeah, thank you.
All right, well, thank you. And let's see, next is Nicole Johnson, please. You're still on mute.
I apologize. I'm Nicole Johnson. I've known men since probably 1999 when we were in high school. He has definitely come a long way since those times. Had a little bit of trouble in high school. And then I think some of his friend group was still a little different when he was older and we had our son. But I will say that since then, I have seen a total change in his friend group and his responsibility level. We have our son who is 24 now, and he has two beautiful new boys with Stacy. And I've never seen a more dedicated father. I think he's learned a lot since going through the last few years. He's there for my family, even though we're still not there, still not together. Reaches out and helps my parents, any of my aunts and uncles that need help, people in his community. I wouldn't be here today if I didn't feel like he was deserving of this pardon.
All right, well, thank you. We appreciate you taking the time to speak with us.
Thank you.
And then we'd like to hear now from Mr. Meyer at the DA's office.
Good morning. Thank you. Randall Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. At this time, we're opposed to Mr. Doe's request. And the reason being, we like to see a 10-year period of no criminal activity prior to a pardon being granted in an older case. He's requested a pardon relative to the 1998 convictions for simple burglary and theft. And if he had no additional criminal activity since that date, we would take no position on it. But in 2013, he pled guilty to cultivation of marijuana that had a 10-year sentence, which brings that to 2023. So it's just been a couple of years since his sentence has been completed between then and now. And then while incarcerated on that in 2017, he was introducing contraband into a correctional facility, pled guilty and got a 1-year sentence dealing with a cell phone, I believe, in that particular matter. So because of the close proximity of completion of additional sentences on crimes that he committed, we're opposed at this time to his request for a pardon.
Sorry, thank you. We appreciate DA's perspective. So Mr. Doe, your case this morning has been assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer any questions he may have, please?
Yes.
Yes, sir. I want to talk about that cell phone incident. The last incident that Mr. Meyer mentioned when you had a cell phone in jail. Tell me about that situation.
At the time, I didn't really have any money on my books to reach out to any family members and stuff. So I just used the cell phone and got caught. I totally accept all punishments that goes with it. Well, that's basically what happened. I didn't actually introduce the contraband in. I just got caught using the cell phone, but I do accept responsibility for it.
And when the corrections officer came up to you and asked for the cell phone, did you give it to him?
No.
What did you?
I threw it.
To who?
I just threw it.
Did another inmate pick it up?
I think so.
And then destroy it?
Yes.
So I wonder, just curious why that seemed like an unusual thing. You didn't just hand it to the corrections official. You've been in jail for some time.
Right.
and yet you still weren't obeying the rules, is the way we look at it. And the phone was, ended up being destroyed, so they couldn't get the information off of it that they needed. And you got a history of cultivation of marijuana, and you were arrested for possession of marijuana. You had a gun on the cultivation of marijuana. There was a gun involved there, at least on the scene. And the thefts, and I just wondered about the cell phone, if you were still conducting any business in jail.
No. I was a couple months away from getting out, and I just wanted to talk to some family members and stuff like that. Definitely not anything to do with business or anything like that.
Okay. Yeah. I'm trying to put my mind where your mind would be. Of course, I'm not in prison. I've never been in prison, don't plan to go. But that close to getting out, and that's a long time since 1997. And in 97, you pled guilty to damage and property trying to break in a car, right?
Yes, sir.
Correct. And then in 98, you got 4 years for theft of an auto or stolen goods and a burglary. And then the possession of marijuana that wasn't prosecuted, but that could have been a DA diversion deal. I don't know how that worked out. Then cultivation of marijuana and the felon with a firearm. And then finally, the most recent is the contraband of cell phone and trying to, and not, just bothers me that you didn't just hand it over. You're in jail, don't follow the rules of society, and then you don't follow the rules of the prison.
It was sorry, I'm sorry.
Okay, but I'm glad you're doing good now. I don't have any other questions.
Any other questions? Ms. Gillis? All right, Mr. Doe, I don't see any other questions, so I believe the board is prepared to vote, and we'll ask Mr. Prater to vote first.
I'm going to, Mr. Doe, I'm going to have to, my vote is to deny this pardon with restoration of firearms for a number of reasons, but the main thing that bothers me is the most recent one, and it hadn't even been 10 years since the contraband and with your criminal history and then the contraband of the cell phone. And then, as I explained in my remarks, what's most concerning to me is that with you just a couple months to get out, you didn't just, I'd have handed that phone to the corrections official. I'd have given it to him quickly. My vote's to deny.
Mr. Freeman?
My vote is the same because he doesn't have a long enough cleansing period. I think you're doing great now, but you need to be longer since the end of your supervision for me to consider this. We've only been off for 2 years.
Mr. Tillis?
I concur with Mr. Prater.
And Mr. Doe, I do concur because of the lack of a 10-year cleansing period. I do think you're doing well, but we like to see a 10-year cleansing period. So my vote today also is to deny for that reason. So today, sir, your application's been denied. We'd love to see your application once you had a little longer cleansing period.
All right.
They're not.
It's a roll call.
Good morning, DCI, are y'all there? Good, thank you. We're ready to begin when y'all are ready. Y'all ready?
Microphone is muted, Mr. Cavalier. Can we get him on the phone with?
Come on, Bert. I'm sorry. Let's see. Let's see right there. The warden big one be here in a second. We didn't realize we had moved that up.
All right. Thank you, sir. We're still getting the folks in here, so we'll, as soon as we get everybody in, we're gonna get started.
Are y'all able to hear me clearly?
Yes.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started. The pardon board is reconvening. We are now at Dixon Correctional Institute. It is 10:08 a.m. on Monday, March 10th, 2025. And our first case there is Mr. Burkhalter. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Before, would you introduce yourself, and then we'll ask the staff at DCI to introduce themselves. Tell us your name and your DOC number, please.
Edmund Burkhalter, 97625.
All right, thank you, sir. And Mr. Cavalier, would you and the staff there introduce yourselves?
Yeah, I'm Donald Cavalier, classification manager. I'm currently the only one right now.
Are you the only one there?
Yes, ma'am. But right now.
Okay, well, we're gonna go ahead and get started. Mr. Burkhalter, I want to acknowledge the folks who have joined us today for your hearing. In support by Zoom, we have the Parole Project, Mr. Kerry Myers. Here with us in Baton Rouge at DOC headquarters, we have your niece Colleen Goff, Evelyn Goff, your sister Beverly Lott, your sister Kim Parrish, your niece, and your stepmother Susie Gruffin. We also have an opposition here with us in Baton Rouge, representing the victim. We have Griffin Schlamp, Anthony Bonnell, Elizabeth Bonnell, Steve Brakel, and Lauren Bonnell. And for those who have indicated they want to speak today, we'll call on them at the appropriate time to do so. First, Mr. Burkhalter, let me just read some identifying information into the record, and then we want to hear from you first. Mr. Burkhalter, you're classified as a second felony offender. You're seeking a commutation of your sentence, and you were sentenced in Orleans Parish, March of 1980, to a life sentence for second-degree murder. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Burkhalter, take some time and tell the board and those who are here with us today, what got you in jail? What did you do? And why are you seeking a commutation of your sentence? And why do you think you're deserving of that?
Well, what happened was a drug bust that went bad. When we went to the Desire Project area to purchase some drugs, the deceased and I got into a heated argument because I didn't want him to come in with me, get the drugs, and it got real heated. So when I got ready to step out the car, the light came on in the car, and I saw a pistol. I reacted, I pulled my pistol and shot twice. I take full responsibility for my actions. I make no excuse. I was guilty, and I regret that for the rest of my life.
All right. So you submitted an application to have your sentence commuted. Why do you think we should do that?
So after 46 years, I have realized that the only thing I can do now is try to go into society and make up for things that I have done wrong, not just this incident, but anything else that I have done wrong. To help the people that I know that I can help in society, and to get with my daughter and take care of them for whatever time I have left in society.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Warden Beckham. Good to see. Would you, we've done our preliminaries. We've heard from Mr. Burkhalter. Is there anything you can tell us about Mr. Burkhalter?
Yes, ma'am. I had an interview with him the other day. I apologize for being late. They jumped us on the schedule or something. I was gonna, they moved us up a little bit. I apologize. Let's see. I don't know what he told you. He's in our honor housing, living unit here. I don't know if he explained that one, which is some of our guys who really stay out of trouble. I think his write-up history, if I remember right, it's been, I think, since 2010, if I'm not mistaken, since we've had a write-up. He's one of our pride members, laundry orderly, and just, he works a lot. He's been good while he's been in prison.
All right, thank you. Thank you, sir. We'd like to hear from the folks who are here in support, starting first with the parole project. Mr. Myers.
Yes, good morning. Kerry Myers with the Louisiana Parole Project. We're here to support Mr. Burkhalter today with his application. Now it's 72 years old and has served right at 46 years of this sentence. He is no threat to public safety. He has strong family support. He has our support for transitioning. His last disciplinary infraction was 15 years ago. He is a military veteran. Nothing can change his actions from 46 years ago, but he has completed the necessary programming, has the conduct record, the disciplinary record to show that he understands and knows how to comply with rules and authority. And again, he's no threat to public safety. So we would ask this board to consider that today and commute his sentence.
All right, thank you, sir. We have here wishing to speak. We have both Evelyn and Beverly. I'll let you two decide who wants to go first. You can step up to the podium. Just introduce yourself first, please.
I'm Beverly. I'm Edmund's oldest living relative as of now. I have raised Edmund. My parents are dead. Our oldest siblings are dead. And I know Edmund did wrong, and he realized that he did wrong. And I know he has changed. And one of the things that I know that he regrets what he has done, and what also is going to help him to realize he has done. His grandson right now is paralyzed because of a gunshot, and that is weighing heavily on his heart. And that is one of the things that he regrets, that he used a gun to hurt someone. His grandson is also being hurt by a gunshot. So, and not only that, a nephew of ours was killed by a gunshot, and that also weighs heavily on his heart. So all of this, I know, weighs deeply on him, and he is a born-again Christian. So if I beg you to have mercy on him. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for being here. Is that one?
My name is Jonathan I'm getting and I will
close. You can't. My daughter's godchild. And she loves him dearly. She's faithful since the morning. A lot of things that went home that was fair. I guess I'm not. It's fair. But me and my daughter know a lot of things that went home. And we realize but I would say here, I'm worshiping him, but he is hard. But I think he did it. The company that had to do. I personally. And the fact that you have worship and he is hard, all the whole family in church, and we pray for him daily. I'm not going to shoot a celebrate, and she asked that we need to see that her baby is taken care of. And that's what we strive to do. Edmund is sickly like I am. We both have the same problem. And he needs medical care, like mommy kind of thing, medical care. Great. And I think you take into consideration, because he is hard. And we're sorry too. We ask that you have mercy on him. Because he is a big person. We all know that. It's no end. My child.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate you speaking with us. All right, now we'll hear from the opposition. I'll let you decide who goes first. Just introduce yourself and tell us what you want us to know.
My name is Martin Bonnell. I'm the granddaughter of John Bonnell Command. So I was stolen. And then I never got to meet because of his actions. I'm 29 years old and 15 years of age, which is older than he ever got a chance to live. He was 24, just beginning his life, just starting a family, just trying to serve his community as a law enforcement officer. He never got to grow old, to see his daughter grow up, or hold his grandchildren in his arms. His death shattered my family, my great-grandparents, his mother and father, spent the rest of their lives grieving the son they should never had to bury. I remember the present anguish for my papa as he lied in the last moments of his life dementia, crying out, "Billy, please don't go." His younger sister, my great aunt Monica, my mother today, 15 years old when she lost her big brother. She didn't get to look up to for guidance and protection. She suffered nothing but memories and heartbreak. The absence of his presence has been felt in every milestone, every memory where he should have been. The ripple effect of this innocent murder is something we have carried every single day. Edmund Burkhalter was convicted and sentenced to life in prison for the choices he made. He made the choice to pull the trigger. He made the choice in the light. Now he is asking for mercy. But where was his mercy when he shot an unaware man from behind and ripped him away from a young family without a husband, no father, and their son? Justice was served all those years ago and should remain so today. I urge this board, please do not undo what was rightfully decided. My grandfather never got a second chance, and I do not believe that men who took his life should deserve one now. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen?
My name is Steve Grateful. I'm a first responder. Served my community for almost 10 years. I had the privilege 3 years ago of meeting Anthony Bonnell. He asked me how he can volunteer and help his community. I admire that. For somebody to give their free time and no money to serve their community. That's an honor and a courage that is far between people. He has done tremendously. I've mentored him. He has served many, many community hours at no cost to our department. He basically informed me of his family, and then I got to meet his mom, and they became my family. And when I learned of what happened to his family, it affected me deeply as well. As a first responder, we deal with situations like this, and it's not easy to deal with. But when it affects somebody so close to, me, that became my family, it really tugs on my heart that they don't get to experience that loved one that they lost. Yes, I know this small culture has been sentenced. I do not see why that should change. His family is more than welcome to visit him at any time, which they cannot visit their family. There is no possible way. It is only memories of far and few between that they have with their family. So I know that he is sorry for what he did. I respect that. And I respect that he's done well in the system. But getting out, I don't see how it's going to benefit the community in any way. He can serve from where he's at. He can educate his fellow inmates and help them on how to better themselves, and help themselves as well. But for somebody to want to change their sentence for a decision they made, I don't see why that should be done today. Okay, I really believe that the hurt that I have to witness every day in the stories from them, that shouldn't be lived over and over and over again. This shouldn't be brought up, every time something wants to change. So I'm just asking the board to think about the families that they cannot visit and the memories they cannot make with their lost family members. Like I said, Anthony has been with me by my side and served the community. And him and his mom, actually his mom's actually volunteer with us as well. So, like I said, it's very hard for somebody to come into this and give their free time. So I really respect them, and they are part of my family now. So I will do anything I can to help them. I just wish that they did have memories that they could make with their family members that they lost. That's all I really have to say. I appreciate y'all's time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And Ms. Elizabeth? We do have your letter that you wrote. It's part of the record.
Thank you.
Just
My name, good morning, thank you for hearing this. My name is Elizabeth Bonnell, I'm the sister of John W. Bonnell, the officer police officer Edmund Burkhalter executed in cold blood at 24. When Burkhalter executed my brother, he didn't just take a life, he destroyed a family. What was once a normal, happy family, became a broken shell of horror, trauma, grief, and loss. My family has lived through unimaginable pain from his actions, depression, social anxiety, PTSD, suicidal thoughts. We're constantly reminded of his crime as we drive past places my brother once lived, as we see his grave, as we go to yearly police memorials, which in itself is another funeral. We are trapped in this never-ending cycle of loss. During my father's passing, he developed dementia. So for several months, my children and I, we heard him cry and beg, plead, and look for my brother, looking to see him just that one last time. There's no consoling my father. There was no brother nor grandfather to console us as my father was dying in one room of a hospital and my mother was dying 2 doors down. We had to pull my mother off of life support to try to get into the room to be with my father as he took his last breath. She passed a few months later, bleeding to death from internal bleeding, bi-weekly transfusions that we had to carry on our own back and forth until finally nothing worked. Would have been comforting to have my brother there as I was making end-of-life decisions for both of my parents. At 15, I lost my best friend, my confidant, the first love of my life, post-Cecilia, my brother. At 15, I spent 2 days and hours trying to cover the bullet hole Burkhalter put from behind in my brother's head as it exited the front of my head. So my parents did not have to see this as he lay in the coffin. I pulled my mother out of a coffin, trying to go with her only son. It's a burden a 15-year-old shouldn't have to carry. I've spent years feeling guilty for surviving when my brother passed. I had dreams every week, only to wake up and just start grieving again, to see this whole process again. I still have them to this day, 46 years of dreams, 46 years of no peace at night, 46 years of seeing this, all because he chose to execute my brother from the back as he exited a car. He also went after other police officers with intent to kill, hitting one over the head with a gun and slashing another in the face with a knife. It wasn't a one-time mistake. He shows remorse now, but we all find remorse. He was a criminal for 9 years prior to that. Drugs, heroin, LSD, cocaine, all coming into our parish. How many people have been affected by the drugs that have been brought into our parish? He murdered my brother in cold blood and left him slumped at 24 in an alley in a car. He's tried to rewrite his story, claiming a gunshot from behind was self-defense. And that living to an old age, as he's being allowed to do right now, is punishment. He wants out now, claiming he's changed. Where's the justice in that? How does this release him for the wrong he's done to my family? We've been shattered and ripped apart by his actions. He sits in prison with food, letters, visits, and everything. This is all we have. This is all we have. We have my brother's grave. This is all I have. My children will never get to hear his voice. I will never get to hear my best friend again. He can visit with his family. Burkhalter deserves no second chances. He deserves to serve where he's at. He can do right from there. He does not need to be out in society. Yes, he is in the prison. Yes, he is in a small room. My brother's in a grave. We'll never hear his voice. We all know what happens when you go in the grave. We don't get to talk to our family members. We all know what happens when you go in a coffin.
Thank you, Ms. Bonnier. We appreciate your remarks.
Thank you.
Mr. Burkhalter, your case this morning has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer any questions he may have?
Good morning, Mr. Burkhalter. How are you? How are you? You say good?
Yes, sir.
What was the program you referred to when you were making a statement? He's in some kind of program there?
No, sir. I was in Pride program, which means it's a prison rehabilitation. It's a program where inmates, it's an incentive if they don't get write-up. So he had to have no write-up for a year and have gone to certain classes and stuff, and they get some incentives for that.
Okay, that's how you make that program?
Yes, sir. It's this lack of disciplinary and also trying to do some good programming.
Mr. Burkhalter, I read your case and it was, I read it several times. Well, what's your side of the story? I read what you said, your version of it. What happened? Why did you shoot?
Well, actually, when we went to the project to get the drugs. We got into a heated argument because I told him I couldn't take him with me to the connection because they didn't know him, and it got real heated. We started going back and forth with the argument, and so I told him, I said, look, I'm gonna go handle this, and you're gonna have to wait here. When I got ready to step out of the car, I seen the light came on and he had a pistol in his hand. I just grabbed my gun and shot. I'm not making any excuses. I'm guilty of that, and I can't change that. But that's a regret I would have to live with for the rest of my life.
I see. Also, I saw where they gave you money prior to the going to pick up the drugs.
That was the drug bust that went bad. That's the one that went bad. And he told the informant that was working with him that if I didn't take care of his business, he was gonna take care of me. So that's when the second time came around, I told him I was gonna take care of it. And we called him up to come and pick us up. My fall partner, Roy Jenkins, called him and told him to come pick us up. He said he was at the Holiday Inn with his friend and they was partying or whatever. He said he'll be there to pick me up. And that's when he came pick me up and we went to the Desire Project.
Okay. I went through your case and I see that you've done a lot to try to improve yourself, and that's good. I see that the wardens say you have not given much trouble since you've been there. You've been 15 years without a write-up, and that's good. I have no more questions.
Questions?
Mr. Booker, how many children do you have?
2.
How many?
2.
Okay. You have any contact with them?
Yes, sir.
They wasn't able to be here today?
Well, my daughter in Atlanta, she has to stay with her son. Her son is paralyzed. He got shot and he was paralyzed from the waist down. So she has to sit with him. And my daughter in Dallas, I'm not sure what is going on with her. I know she having some problems with her 2 kids, her daughter and her son. But we stay in contact.
Okay. And did you have another arrest for let's see what it was for? An attempted murder?
Attempted murder? No.
I have no further questions.
Right.
Yeah, go ahead. In 79, you were arrested for aggravated kidnapping, resisting an officer, attempted first-degree murder, vagrancy, possession of methamphetamine, and first-degree murder. Is that discharge?
That's the charges they had charged me with, but they threw all those charges out and just kept the first-degree murder.
Gotcha. All right, understand now. Thank you.
Mr. Burkhalter, you're an Army veteran,
Yes, ma'am.
and it says in here, when I look at it, it says type of discharge, medical, honorable. Do you have any medical issues today?
Yes, ma'am. Well, right now I have swelling in my eyes and I'm taking drops to put in. I have glaucoma and I have high blood pressure.
Okay. All right. Any questions?
I heard mention of some other arrests or incidents where you fought police officers. How many times have you been arrested for resisting arrest or battery on an officer or anything like that involving police officers?
This charge here, that's the only charge I got for resisting arrest, but I was beaten from the head to my toes.
Okay,
I had medical records.
I would just seeing if I had missed something.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Burkhalter, I don't see any other questions. I think that we are prepared to vote. I'll ask Mr. Tillis to vote first.
This has been one of the toughest cases I've had, Mr. Buckhalter. I appreciate what the warden has done, what you've done. It's a terrible crime. You've done 46 years. And my vote today is going to be to grant.
Mr. Prater?
I think because of the fact that you killed a police officer that was working and trying to do his best to provide for his family, and he got shot because you were doing something that you weren't supposed to be doing, and a jury found you guilty and you were sentenced to life in prison, that you ought to spend life in prison. My vote is to deny.
Mr. Freeman?
My vote is also to deny, law enforcement and victim opposition.
And Mr. Burkhalter, I want to commend you for the work that you're doing there in prison. I do hear what the victims have had to say. My vote today is to deny based on the victim opposition. Good luck to you, sir. Today, your application for clemency has been denied. Warden Bickham, I think that concludes our business at DCI. Thanks for helping us out today.
Thank you. See y'all tomorrow. Hold up. What?
Thank you.
All right, good morning. The pardon board is reconvening. We're now at David Wade Correctional Center. It's Monday, March 10th, 2025. It's 10:48 a.m. Would the staff there at Wade please introduce yourself for the record?
Good morning, Michelle Dozant Warden, Brenda Ackland Deputy Warden.
James Arnold, Deputy Warden. Danny Henshaw, application.
Lisa Baird Major, Bailey.
All right, thank you. Got the 18 today, and we have Mr. Ford. Good morning, sir. Mr. Ford, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Eddie Ford. My number is 88167.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Ford. Let me acknowledge some folks that have joined us today. Here with us in Baton Rouge, we have David Crow, who wants to speak. At the appropriate time, we'll ask for his remarks. And then we also have Susan Nance, also representing the victim, who also wants to speak. First, Mr. Ford, let me just read some identifying information into the record, sir. You are classified as a second felony offender. You were sentenced in Caddo Parish in January 1978 to a life sentence for second-degree murder with parole eligibility after 40 years. Also sentenced that day, conviction for armed robbery. You received a 60-year sentence, which is consecutive to the life sentence. There's another West Feliciana sentencing date, December 1984, for attempted simple escape. You received a 1-year sentence for that. Is that information correct, Mr. Ford? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ford, your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman. I think he has a couple of questions for you before we hear from our guest. Mr. Freeman?
Okay, Mr. Ford, what are you seeking today? Because you're already parole eligible. So we're kind of confused. Most of the people that come before us, they're seeking to get parole eligibility.
Can I speak for just a second? We're not showing that he is parole eligible at this time. It was changed in 2017 under Act 280, where he would have to serve 40 years, but he also has the armed robbery that makes him ineligible. And we had got with legal back in 2018 and were advised that he was not eligible for Act 790 or the 40 years because of the armed robbery charge. So at this time, we don't have him parole eligible.
We've been working with Francis this morning and we're sending him over that documentation, so we might get some clarification hopefully pretty soon.
Okay.
You want to address that?
I'm waiting to hear back from legal now. While that was done in 2018, certain parole eligibility was given to offenders after reaching the age of 45 and serving 20 years. That passed in 2022. So I think that new legislation, it needs to be recalculated, keeping that in mind as well. But I'm reaching out to legal now.
Okay.
So we're still waiting on clarification. We believe he is parole eligible, but we're going to go ahead and hear from the folks that have taken the time to join us today to hear their remarks. So first, could we hear from Ms. Susan Nance?
First of all, I'd like to thank you for allowing me to take the time to join in today. I'm finding out stuff today that we as a family were not aware, because Mr. Ford executed my brother and should have been sentenced first-degree murder, but because in September of 1976, that was not an option, it had been rescinded or whatever they do to it, and it was not reinstated till October the 1st. We were never notified of any prior hearings prior to this. I didn't know that his sentence had been obviously commuted or whatever, but he got second degree and took a plea bargain of second degree murder with a life sentence with no chance of pardon or parole or commutation, with the 60 years for the armed robbery to serve hard time. since this time, my parents have both passed on. I believe y'all do have my letter of the victim statement impact that I sent in. I am against Mr. Ford being paroled. I have forgiven Mr. Ford for his actions on that day a long time ago, for my own personal spirituality and sanity, you know, and everything. But I will never forget what he did to my brother, to take him and while he was working at a 7-Eleven store and turn around and shoot him in the mouth, take him to the back store, put him on his hands and knees begging for his life, and turning around and unloading the gun in the back of his head. And if he would have unloaded the gun had it not jammed. You know, I have a brother that should have been working that day, that suffers from severe survivor guilt because he was scheduled to work a double to allow the man that originally worked that shift to have a day off. And my brother was just starting a 4-day rotation to allow these people to have a day off. And this was the very first day of my brother working at that particular store where my other brother worked. My parents never recovered from the murder of my brother, ever. You know, and it, you know, I pray for Mr. Ford's soul. I hope that he's gotten right with God, but he deserves to stay in prison where he is. And if there's, you know, I just beg you as a board, do not release this man. That's all I have to say.
Ma'am, thank you, Ms. Vance. We appreciate your time to speak with us this morning. And here with us, we have David Crow.
Lord, I'd like to take time to thank each and every one of y'all for being here and everybody else that's with us. Thank you for taking the time and hearing us, hearing my sister. My brother came on because he had something to do today. But all I ask, I hope Mr. Ford has gotten his life right, like my sister said, with God. This man executed my brother, made my brother get on his knees and beg for his life, basically, for $100 that I know of. I was only a 12-year-old kid at the time that this happened, so I didn't even understand what really happened at the time. I didn't really have a breakdown until I was 12 years old. I'm 21 years old at my sister's house on this day. This man needs to stay in, the way I feel, this man needs to stay in prison for the rest of his life. Like I said, I hope he's gotten his life right with God. And I'm sorry, Mr. Ford, that I feel this way, but my mom and dad can't be here. I'm here for my mom and dad, my brother and sister, and my older brother that's no longer with us. All I ask is that the board consider what I've said and my sister said. This man needs to serve the rest of his life in prison, and that's how I feel. Thank y'all for y'all's time.
Sure, thank you. All right, Mr. Ford. I'm going to make a recommendation that we set his case aside pending the determination of whether or not he is in fact parole eligible. We think he is, but we need clarification from legal. Because that would be the only relief, Mr. Ford, we would even consider granting today would be to make you parole eligible, which is the more appropriate way for this body to consider you. You understand what I'm saying? We're not going to take a vote on your pardon application today because we want to confirm whether or not you are in fact eligible for parole consideration. So we're not going to vote. We're just going to set your case aside and wait to hear back from legal. And you know, we'll see you again as soon as we know the answer to that question. All right, Warden Dozat, thanks for accommodating, and I'm sorry that you had to wait, but we believe we need to wait for that clarification.
I completely understand and agree. Thank you for your time.
Madam Chairman, before we turn off, I wanted to make sure that y'all understand the two folks, Miss Nance and Mr. Crow. I want to make sure that y'all understand what's going on now completely, so that there's no question. So would it be okay to ask them if they had any questions of us?
Yes.
Do y'all, Miss Nance, do you have a question for us? Yeah, I know you keep up with this pretty closely as appropriate.
I guess my question would be, when did this happen? When did the laws change? We were never notified as a family that this man, because my parents died knowing this man would never be in the general population again. You know, we were never notified. You know, finally somebody did notify us.
Let me interrupt you just a second. Since I started all this, we don't want to go through the history of when the law changed and all this. What I meant by that, do you have any questions about today? We're trying to decide if he is parole eligible, which we don't think he is, but he might be because the law might have changed. If so, we've got to hear it on a parole date. Today is a pardon date and a commutation of sentence date. And so if it's a commutation, we could vote on that today. But if it's parole, then that's something that we'll have to switch that to a parole date. Do you follow what I'm talking about? Is that correct, Mr. Francis? Am I saying that correctly?
Yes, I mean, he is eligible to apply for a commutation at any time. But the main form of relief that could be granted or would be recommended, possibly recommended, is parole eligibility, which he may already have. So I think this board needs all the information available to it whenever they make their decision. So we're going to wait for legal to make a recommendation. I understand that the town calculation at David Wade is from 2018. I believe there have been a handful of laws that have changed since then that may apply to this offender in this situation. So we will table this and move forward at a later date.
Okay.
And we will notify you, Miss Nance, and you of whatever
We'll
that
let you know
outcome
what's
is.
going on. Nobody's sneaking anything. It's not going to sneak up on you, okay?
So will we be able to be back when y'all redo this?
Oh, yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. You'll be notified.
Keep them in.
Right, but it may take place today before we know. Okay, I was speaking out of turn. It won't take place today, but we'll let you know. Somebody will let you know. I just wanted to make sure that y'all were
How
comfortable.
long? I had to take off work to come today and I came from Texas. And I will not listen again.
Okay.
I will be here, but
Yes,
because I feel somebody needs to be here for my parents and my brother.
Yes.
correct.
All
All right, thank y'all very much for, just wanting to make sure that you understood. Thank you.
All right, good morning. Pardon Board is reconvening at 11:08 at Louisiana State Penitentiary. Today's Monday, March 10th, 2025. Would the folks there at Angola please introduce yourself for the record? I think y'all are on mute.
Frank. Can we check out? You got it on.
They're all at LSP.
Okay, that's cool.
You hear us now?
Now we can.
Okay, Deputy Warden Michelle Amber.
Telegraphic classification. Carmen Shipley, offender records.
All right, good morning. And we have before us Mr. Jackson.
Ma'am,
You introduce yourself. Tell us your name, DOC number.
my name is Victor Jackson. My DOC number is 399-874.
All right, Mr. Jackson, you're here before the Pardon Board today seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in May 1998 in Madison Parish to a life sentence for a first-degree murder conviction. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, before we get started with our conversation with you, we want to recognize the folks who are there with you at Angola. And let me just say that it's family members, but Mr. Leon Jackson and Emily White will be speaking on your behalf, and we'll call on them at the appropriate time. We have here with us in Baton Rouge, representing the victim, we have Ms. Rosie Weston Hudson, who will be speaking, and the victim's granddaughter, Deanna Hudson, will be joining us and speaking by Zoom. We have some other victims' family members who have also joined us by Zoom. I want to acknowledge their presence here today, and we're glad that y'all are able to join us. First, Mr. Jackson, tell us some information. What got you in jail? What did you do? And why are you seeking a commutation of your sentence? And why do you think you are deserving of that?
Yes, ma'am. First of all, I would like to strongly apologize to the victim's family for the pain and hurt that I caused to them. And I was very young at the time when I committed the crime. And I'm truly remorseful and sorry for what I've done, for taking Mr. Charlie away from them.
So why do you think you deserve
Ma'am,
okay.
reason I say I'm asking for mercy, and I have rehabilitated myself. I'm a changed person. I'm not the person I was before. I'm a changed. I come here as a young man. I'm a man now, and I'm just not that same person no more. I grew.
Okay. All right. Well, let's ask Warden Ambo. What can you tell us about Mr. Jackson?
I can tell you that Mr. Jackson, he's been here for 27 years. He's a minimum A trustee assigned to the range group for many years. Mr. Jackson, he cooks for many functions that we have here at the institution. He's always had a positive attitude, very hardworking, and I always volunteer to help others. He communicates well with both the staff and the inmate population. He has a total of 11 DB reports, his last report being on January 23rd of 2014. He has completed TPUCO, victim awareness. He has done the victim accountability letter training, substance abuse, Malachi Dad, the 100-hour pre-release, thanking for a change, and his tiger is low.
All right, thank you. Good information. Mr. Jackson, we want to hear from your family there that wants to speak on your behalf. Could we first hear from your brother, Leon?
You don't have to stand, just talk loud.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Leon Jackson. I am here to support my brother Victor. I remember vividly when this took place when I was in junior high school. And one thing I can say about my brother, I've seen his growth throughout the years. He's led me in places that he don't know, even by him being here. I've worked over the last 15 years working to reintegrate families as a therapist. And one thing, I saw the growth in my brother. I know who he is. I knew who he was before, he got into the situation he got into. And today, again, I'm here to support him and asking for mercy, forgiveness, and more importantly, giving the most respect to the family who has been impacted just as my family has. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak on his behalf.
Yes, sir, Mr. Leon. Thank you for those remarks. Could hear from Ms. White.
Hello, I'm Emily White. I'm his sister. The Victor from back then is no longer him anymore. I've come see him more than anybody, so I have a better relationship with him. As far as what he's always talk about how sorry he is for what he's done, and I believe him. I see it in him. Phone calls, everything, it's always remorseful, and it's get very emotional because I send him pictures and everything of everything he missing, and and that's all he say. He want to do better. He try to talk to like the young people in the family when we be on the phone that's in trouble. He try to tell them, they don't want to end up where he's at and stuff. So he's in a much better place than he was when he first got here.
Good, thank you. We appreciate hearing from you. All right, now we'd like to hear from the opposition, and we'd like to hear from Ms. Hudson, who's here with us.
Good morning, members of the board. I want you to see Charlotte and Weston, because I don't want them to be just some words on a document or documents that you have read, but these are these people. You see all that bright, shining light? Victor Jackson took that. He took that away from us. Victor has already had a sentence commutation. What do I mean by that? This is a death penalty case. Did you read the aspects of the case? This is a death penalty case. This is a textbook death penalty case. There was no question about whether he did it. The evidence was overwhelming. But his attorney asked if he could accept life to save his life. With my dad's family, we don't want to see him killed. So we accepted that plea, not ever thinking that this man would ever get out. That he would ever get out. I don't think you understand. He went into my parents' home, sit down and talk with them, and then pull guns on them. Kidnapped them. Rolled them around in the city, torturing them. You ain't gonna die, Miss Weston. You ain't gonna die hard, because we gonna shoot you in the head. That kind of torture. And then bringing them home, robbing him and shooting him. They killed him in the midst of committing a felony. That is a death penalty case. But we allowed him and gave him, it makes me want to rethink my beliefs now. But we allowed him to plead to life. There's no question about his guilt. We gave him mercy. Delrick Martin and Victor Jackson were the last two people with my dad when he was alive. Delrick Martin shot him in the jaw, broke all of this, to the point when we had the funeral, they couldn't get his face back straight. Victor Jackson shot him point blank in the head, blew his brains out, and left a hole the size of a quarter in his forehead. I have to be graphic because you gotta understand, I gotta bring you back to the crime. How do I know about him blowing his head out? Because there was his flesh and blood on the floor and stuff in my mom's bedroom, and I had to help get that up before my mom could come back and see it. He's seated right now. Let him stand up. You'll see that he is big and intimidating, which is what my mom was afraid of. And some of the people in Angola said he was still a predator in Angola. This is not a crime of passion, an opportunity. This occurred over hours. He called him Mr. Charlie. You know why? Because he's doing well. He's doing well. This is not some stranger. This occurred over hours, and something in them should say, hey, let's stop doing this to Mr. Charlie. Let's stop doing this to Miss Emma. On this night, I was at home. I don't live in Toulouse. I was at home with my children. My husband was in Spain with his job. Several hours later, after I talked to my mom, my doorbell rang. My pastor, the late Reverend Murphy L. Hunt, was outside my front door with armed police. I opened the door. They went into my house to search my house. Then they brought me and my children out. Reverend Hunt said that my mom, they had finally got my mom, and my mom called back and said, please get over there to my daughter because they have threatened to kill her and her children. So they put all of my kids were traumatized. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Hudson, can you wrap it
I
up,
will.
please?
I will.
Thank you.
I will. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. He murdered my dad. He murdered us. He murdered the city of Tallulah. That's why you have that petition with almost 400 signatures on it opposing his release. Because he murdered that city, he changed everything for the same. All I can say is he didn't give my father mercy. He shouldn't have mercy. The nature of that crime. He should be in jail for the rest of his life, just like he agreed. I feel sorry for his family, but no, he should never get out for what he did.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. All right, we have Deanna Hudson, granddaughter.
Yes, can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. I'd just like to acknowledge a couple of things. First, there was an apology from Mr. Charlie, but there was no apology for Emma Weston. There were 2 victims directly associated with what happened with this crime. My grandmother, unfortunately, she passed from cancer in 2006, but the act in itself was heinous. These were grandparents at the time. We were not born after all of this occurred. These were grandparents well known in the community, active in their churches, business people, kidnapped, held at gunpoint. Fortunately, my grandmother was able to escape, but if she were here today and not deceased from cancer, would you honestly be able to sit here and look her in the face and just say, I apologize and I'm better? So I would like to be free. I think at a bare minimum, because of the selfish and heinous acts, the least you can do is finish your sentence. Finish your sentence. That does not absolve forgiveness. Forgiveness is there. However, you're finishing your sentence says that, hey, I'm accountable. I did these things, and what I am dealing with now is a result of my actions. I'm fortunate to be alive. I'm fortunate to not have had a heavier sentence. But the least you can do for the family, although you may be better and your life may be better, what about everybody else involved? All the other lives that have changed. We can't sit here and brag and say how we've done better and gone through all these programs to heal from what happened to my grandparents. So at the very least, accountability and finishing your sentence, I believe is the correct course of action for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson. Appreciate your input and your remarks. Mr. Jackson, your case was assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer any questions, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Jackson, let me, just to make sure I understand, this was in 1996, correct?
Yes, sir.
29 years, how many, 29 years ago?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You and 2 of your friends, cohorts, went over to this couple's house and you went to rob them, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had a gun.
Yes, sir.
And they didn't have enough money, so you kidnapped them then, got in the car, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then the lady got out, was able to get out, and she ended up escaping. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then y'all took the 2 of y'all that remained in the car, took the man back to the house to get more money after you stole her jewelry, took the money back, took the man back to the house to get more money, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you shot him in the head a couple of times. Okay. And you pled guilty,
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes, sir.
To get out of a life sentence, to get out of a capital first offense, first degree murder capital,
Yes,
you
sir.
chose life sentence instead of that, and agreed life sentence is what you'd spend.
Yes, sir.
And you've been in jail for 29 years.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all I have.
All right, any other questions?
Yeah, Mr. Jackson, I see where you've been a tier walker.
Yes, sir.
How long did you do that?
I was a tier walker for like a year and a half.
Were you on any drugs when this offense occurred?
But being a tier walker?
No, when you killed, that man.
Mr. Weston? No, sir. I was on alcohol.
Mr. Weston. Mr. Weston, I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Weston, right.
Okay, and you did know him, so you knew he probably had money.
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions. You were 18, right, when this happened?
Yes, sir. Just turned 18.
Have you done any reflecting, Mr. Jackson, as to why this occurred?
Like during the time, ma'am, I was more like a follower, and I regretted by me doing what I did, and I know I was wrong for being a follower, and
So, Mr. Jackson, I noticed on your application, at the time of your application at least, you were worked at the range crew.
yes, ma'am. I'm currently signed the range crew.
Are you currently working?
Yes, ma'am.
'Cause at the time, I think you weren't, because you were not working due to an accident or something.
That's ma'am. I had an accident, and
That's
I'm
all.
back working now though.
Okay, that's good. Good. All right, I don't see any other questions of you, Mr. Jackson, so I suppose we are ready to vote, and I'm going to ask Mr. Prater to vote first.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Jackson, you seem like you really are repentant. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate the way that you've changed your life. And I appreciate all the supporters behind you because of the victim opposition, because of the seriousness of the crime, because of the fact that it was not a crime of passion. It was as one of the victim's relatives said, it was over a course of hours. All of that leads me to say that once you pled to life in prison, that at this particular time, I'm going to vote to deny your request.
Mr. Freeman?
Mr. Jackson, I applaud everything you're doing in prison right now. You're doing very, very well. The problem with I'm having is only 29 years. You know, even for manslaughter, you'd got 40, which you'd have to do 35, 32, and more than change. So I just think there's not enough time served yet for this to be considered. So my vote today is end the victim and law enforcement out. My vote is to deny.
Mr. Tillis?
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Yes. And Mr. Jackson, I do agree. I believe it's insufficient time for consideration at this time based on the crime, the nature of the crime, the plea deal that you made, and the opposition that's been expressed. So today, sir, you received a unanimous vote to deny your application. Good luck to you.
That's fine. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Griffin, good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number, please.
Ronald Griffin, 127763.
All right, Mr. Griffin, let me just read some identifying information, sir. You're here seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in 1989 in Calcasieu Parish for first-degree rape and attempted first-degree murder. You received life sentence on the rape and 50 years on the attempted murder. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Before we begin our conversation with you, I want to recognize some folks who are here with us in Baton Rouge. You have your mother, Miss Ella Williams. Your sister-in-law Shirley, your sister Consuela, brother Lester, and stepmother Susan Griffin. And 3 of those people will be allowed to speak at the appropriate time. We'll ask them to do so. First, we'd like to hear from you to tell us why are you in jail? What got you here? What'd you do? Why are you seeking a commutation of your sentence, and why do you think you deserve it?
I'm in here because of bad choices at a younger age. And I'm seeking now from after the years that I done been here, I'm believing that I am rehabilitated and I'm wanting a second chance.
Okay.
And
go ahead.
I just feel like I made a big mistake from the beginning of my life. That's what I would like to look at it as. And God has blessed me with the opportunity to even come before this board to see the difference that's in me now. You know, even I'm older, but I'm not the same person anymore.
Warnamba, what can you tell us about Mr. Griffin?
Mr. Griffin has served 36 years here. He's a minimum B trustee assigned to the warden's office as a file clerk. He has a total of 25 DB reports, last being September 8 of 2017. He has completed 100 hours anger management. He also facilitates anger management. He has did both risk management phases, all 3 risk management phases, 1 through 3, substance abuse, and his target is low. He has no victim awareness. He started the class, but was unable to finish it.
Thank you. All right, well, we'll hear from the folks who want to speak on your behalf. First, we'd like to hear from your mother, Ms. Ella. Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Ella Williams. I'm the victim's mother. Between me and his stepmother raised him the best way we can. He's not a bad person. He committed a crime that hurted both sides. And I believe he's a changed person now. And I'm asking, I'm begging, Joe, please give him a second chance. And let him go out and work with others and teach them not to make the same mistake that he made. I believe that night in question, I was not there. I don't know what happened. I only know what I heard. But the mistake that he made hurt the other side of the family and it hurt his friends. And I believe he knows that. And I believe he's ready to face society and work with us. And I believe he can do that. And I'm asking, I'm begging you all to give him that chance. Let him have a second chance in life. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Lester Griffin. Sorry? Okay. Ms. Shirley? Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to I'm Susan.
Yes.
Morning. I'm Susie Griffin, Lana Ray's stepmother. His dad and I, we've been married like 48 years, and we had a part in raising Lana Ray. And raising Lana Ray, he was a good kid and never gave us any problem or anything. And I was really shocked when I heard of the terrible crime that was that he had committed. And I just still couldn't believe that he had committed that crime. But all the time that he's been incarcerated, I know that he's truly regretful of what happened. And I, and my side of the family and everybody, we are so sorry to the victim and you know, whatever they had to go through. But I think that the changes that he had made in his life, that he would be beneficial to others that are out there and to the younger people to know what not to do. So I think as long as he's been gone, we are ready, and God knows we hope that he'll be able to come back so we can help him re-enter the world again and be more a better person to himself and also to society. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that everybody you want to speak? Suela, did you want to speak?
I'm Consuelo. I'm the younger sister of Lana Ray. I just want to say that I'm here to support him in for his residence or help him with employment or anything like that whenever if he's able to come out and return to be a productive citizen. I know that he has taken a lot of classes. He's done a lot over the years to improve himself. So he's a totally different person. I feel like he's being rehabilitated to be a productive citizen. So I'm here to support him.
Thank you for being here. We appreciate it. Mr. Griffin, your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer any questions he has?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Mr. Griffin.
Good morning.
Okay, sometimes when we go into these, it catches everybody by surprise exactly, you know, they don't know what happened. So I want to make sure I got the facts clear, okay? In 1988, you were outside of an apartment complex or somewhere and a female newspaper carrier came driving through. Is that part correct?
Yes.
And you ended up stopping her and pulling her out of the car. Is that correct?
Well, not exactly like that, but actually we was drinking. We was drinking and I had took some drugs, some kind of drugs, and she was already out the car. She was already out the car.
Okay, she was out of the car.
Yeah, she was already out the car, and she was going to one of the houses or something, I believe. Yeah.
And did you take her into the woods, drag her into the woods?
Somehow we got there. Yes, sir. I'm gonna say it was it.
Somehow you got there.
We could end up in the woods. I was on drugs, so I didn't remember at all, like, you know, and that was the first time that I had ever fooled with that drug before, and so I don't remember exactly everything that went down exactly at that time, but I'm not trying to justify it. What I'm trying to do is just remember what I can.
Okay, did you rape her twice?
I remember raping her. I don't know about if it was twice or not, but I do remember raping her.
And did you have some kind of serrated fish cleaning knife with you?
I had a knife. I don't know vaguely where I have gotten that knife from, but I had a knife. I had a knife.
Did it have a battery on it, or was it just a serrated blade?
No. No, it was just a fish knife, I believe it was, a fish knife.
Okay, and she ended up, according to the report, she ended up getting thousands of stitches. And had to have facial reconstructive surgery. Did you cut her up that bad?
I cut her up. I turned violent for some apparent reason. I just went into a violent phase, and I don't know. I just went into a violent phase. I got real violent for a reason.
Okay, let's fast forward to the trial by jury. You were found guilty by a trial by a group of your peers, is that correct?
Yes, the jurors?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Jury found you guilty of attempted first-degree murder and aggravated rape, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many years have you spent in jail?
Up to now?
Yes, sir.
It's 37 years and a few months.
You've been in jail 37 years. And what was your sentence? After the jury found you guilty, what were you sentenced to?
They had sentenced me to, it was life with 50 running concurrent.
Okay, you got a life sentence for the attempted first-degree murder.
Yes, sir.
and the 50 for the aggravated rape.
Yes. No, it was I thought it was a life sentence for the rape and the 50 for the first degree attempt. I thought it was that.
Might have been, but you got a life sentence for one of them and a 50-year for the other to run current. And you've been in jail how many years?
37 years and a few months.
So you hadn't even done the 50 yet.
No, sir.
And so I'm trying to, and I believe in real rehabilitation and I believe in all of those, but when you have to justify the seriousness of the crime, this lady, the rest of her life was ruined. And she ended up, she's deceased now. But her whole life was ruined. Why should your whole life not be ruined? Quote, ruined, not that it's ruined in jail. You're doing a lot of good things and you've repented, and I believe in repentance, but convince me I need to vote that you be commuted, your sentence be commuted.
I'm not saying that I'm worthy of anything. I'm just asking for a second chance.
Okay. All right. And
I'm just not the same person that it was back then. I was younger and I didn't have the right.
And I want you to understand, I truly believe that. I believe that you're not the same person. Okay, that's all I got.
Questions?
Yeah, I got one. How old were you doing the crime?
I was 22.
22?
Yes, sir.
Since you've been incarcerated, what classes have you taken to better yourself to support that you would never do this again?
I took risk management, the phases that they have in substance abuse, 100 hours, whatever, all that they was giving them to me as they was coming, I was taking them. And I spent a lot of time in religious and ministering. I spent most of my years here in ministering.
Did you take any sexual abuse classes?
That's what risk management is. I took those 3 courses.
What did you learn in that class? What affected you?
I learned that the most important thing that stuck out to me was your peer group, the people that you be around. It's gonna determine basically the where you're headed, what direction you're headed in. That was one of the most things that stood out for me. And I believe, and that's one thing I'm not into anymore, about any drugs or any drinking, and I used to drink and all.
Just say if you're released, what would you do then if you were released?
I have some people that I correspond with from being here, and they had already said they would love for me to be like a motivated speaker, and I would love to do it, to speak to some of the younger guys, even though I do it here, you know, because I can tell them from experience, not from what I've heard about it, but from experience on what life was for me in Angola while I was here as a youngster coming in, or even on the street in society, thinking that I knew something when I did not know, until now, what I had to pay, what it costs. It only take 1 second to change your life.
Would you continue taking some type of class to better yourself?
Yes, always. Yes, sir. Have I took it?
No, I'm saying, would you, if you were released or whenever you get out, would you continue taking classes so that you
I
wouldn't
will continue to take classes if that's what it takes to do. Whatever it's taken for me to make it, that's what I'm gonna do.
Where do you plan to live?
In Texas, I have Consuela, she's there, and she's my the place where I was going to live, but then I also have other places where they wanted to help me, support me as I work with them.
Okay, I have no more questions.
Mr. Griffin, I see you were also a tier walker.
Yes, nurse aide.
Nurse aide. Okay.
Yes, sir.
How long did you do that?
I did that for about 7 years.
And I think you went through the training twice, right?
Yes, sir.
Training. Okay, well, we appreciate that. We know that's a big job in the prisons.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Griffin, Warden Ambo indicated that you started the victim awareness program and you were not able to finish it. Can you tell us why?
I wasn't able to finish when I started the victim awareness. It only lasted for like 2 months, 2 to 3 months, and the guy got himself into some trouble that was teaching it. So when he got himself into trouble, I went and got into another class, and we can't just swap over, you know. So I went and got in, I started facilitating anger management.
You thought about trying to, I'm sure they offer the victim awareness now again.
Yeah, they said it come back. I had went back when they kick it back off, but he said it was a list that I have to get in line for.
Okay, I get it. And your job is in the warden's clerk. What do you do there?
I work in the warden's office. I file the paperwork, and I cleans up and keep things in order.
Is that at the main prison? Where is that? Where you
I'm
live?
in Camp D.
Camp D. Okay.
That's fine.
All right. Well, I just wanted to. You mentioned that you were under the influence of some drug that you'd never taken before. What was it?
It was described to me, and I don't know if this was the name of it. It was a sedative narcotic or something, and I remember during the court when they asked the psychiatrist, they asked 2 psychiatrists if there was some type of drug that'll have you to act out the way you did, and they said yes. But I wasn't really not a drug person. I was an alcohol. I would drink. And that was just something I had to experiment.
All right. I don't have any other questions. Thank you, sir. It looks like we've concluded our questions. I think we're ready to vote. We'll ask Mr. Prater for his vote first.
Yes, Mr. Griffin, I applaud you the way that the things you're doing while you're in jail, and the way that you're really sorry for what happened. However, although you've been in jail a long time, you were sentenced to life plus 50, and 36 years is not even, as I said, the 50. Due to the nature and seriousness of the crime, the awful attack, I'm going to vote to deny your request this time.
Mr. Freeman?
I concur with Mr. Prater.
Mr. Tillis?
Mr. Griffin, I applaud you for what you've done. I see the remorsefulness in you. You're trying to better yourself, and I'm glad that you are. My vote today is going to be to grant.
Right. So today, because there's only 4 members present, Mr. Griffin, it requires a unanimous vote. So you know what the outcome of today's hearing is. You know, I don't think we've mentioned to you, there's pretty strong opposition from law enforcement in the Calcasieu area. I know you said that's not where you want to go, but very strong opposition from the district attorney, the sheriff, chief of police. You just need to be aware of that. My vote today, I would give you a chance to commute your sentence to 99 years and let parole eligibility fall wherever it does. But because you've received a non-unanimous vote today, the outcome is that your application is denied today. Good luck to you, sir. That concludes our business at Angola. We're going to sign off at 11:53.
Y'all have a good day.
All right, good, well, it's still morning.
Morning.
Pardon Board is reconvening. We're now at the Louisiana Correctional Institute for Women. It's Monday, March 10th, 2025. It is 11:59 a.m. Good morning, Warden. Would you and your staff please introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, ma'am. Kristen Thomas, Warden.
Tara P, ARDC Manager. Afton Gaddy, ARDC Supervisor.
All right, and we have, I think, is it just one case this morning there, and that's Ms. Wheat. Good morning, Ms. Wheat.
Good morning.
You introduce yourself. Tell us your name and DOC number.
Naomi Wheat, 617026.
All right, and let me just read some identifiers into the record, Ms. Wheat. You are classified as a first felony offender. You're seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in the 20th Judicial District, East Feliciana, August of 2013, to a 25-year sentence for a manslaughter conviction. You do have a good time date, which precedes parole eligibility. Your good time date is in October of 2032, and parole eligibility is the following year, October 2033. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let me just acknowledge that you have there with you your mother, Ms. Rebecca Maxwell.
Yes.
We also have by Zoom joining us in opposition, we have Timothy Husk and Lisa Keller, and they have asked for the opportunity to speak, and we'll ask them to do so in a moment. First, Ms. Wheat, tell us why are you in jail? What did you do? Why are you seeking a commutation of your sentence, and why do you think you are deserving of that?
I'm in prison for a murder of Miss Catherine Hortman, and I was very self-centered and selfish, and I was caught up in my addiction at the time. And after the murder took place, I did not report it to the police, and I also participated in cleaning up the crime scene and did not report to anyone or get help if I could have helped. And when the police asked me, I lied to them to try to cover it up. And I'm asking for commutation because since I have been incarcerated, I have taken many self-help classes. I have taken educational classes, and I feel as if maybe the things that I have learned have helped me rehabilitate into society and know how to actually be a productive member of society. Because when I was out, I didn't value my life, much less the life of others. I was very selfish and self-centered, and I didn't have any life values, period. It was like I was living, but I was existing, but I wasn't living.
Warden Thomas, what can you tell us about Ms. Wheat?
Ms. Wheat has been with us since 2013. She is a minimum security or custody level inmate. She had been working up at the headquarters level, but with schooling and whatnot, she's actually back here, but still minimum custody. There was no issue on that end. So I just like to make that clarification. So she actually works in our mental health housing area, mentoring and helping in that area, which is a great deal of help to us here at the facility. She does spend a good amount of her time. She has already received her associate's degree, and she's currently working on her bachelor's degree with Ashland. So she does spend a good bit of time working on her studies. If she is, this will obviously be long-term, but if she is granted commutation and working with the release process, she is working with our transitional specialist in hopes to go for Hope for Life transitional housing so that she'll have support when she is out on the street along with her family. And she is currently enrolled in victim impact. So the intention obviously would be that she would have completed that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Naomi, first, we'd like to hear from your mother. We'd like to hear what she'd like us to know. Ms. Rebecca.
Hi. She was very different then. And now it's more like at an adult level. She's been gone for so long. but she's changed in a lot of ways. She's not I don't know, she was stuck out with drugs. And they're not running her life anymore. She is. I'm very proud of her. She's come a long ways. She got her GED and she's continuing her education, and I believe that she would be better with society than she was before.
Good to hear. Thank you for being there with her today.
Thank you.
At this time, we'd like to hear from the opposition. Could we first hear from Timothy Husk?
Can y'all hear me now?
We can.
Okay. Well, I mean, as far as the effect on me, I mean, I don't have a mom. I don't have my mom sitting to me, next to me right now like she does. So, if she's getting her life straight, that's good for her, but it still doesn't change the fact of what she did. It's been almost 13 years ago. I've lived 13 years without a mom. My children's lived without their grandmother for 13 years. Who she was then is unfortunate for her, but she still should be paying for her crime.
Thank you, Mr. Husk. We appreciate hearing from you.
Thank you.
Could we hear from Ms. Keller? She was.
What? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
I am in total agreement with my brother. As she is sitting there with her mom. I no longer have a mom. Good for her. She's changed her life, but what she did back then, I don't believe the drugs affect her at all with it. If you can sit there and say what happened, how it happened, and when it happened, and you were with the guy when it happened, then no, as far as I'm concerned, you have not changed yourself. Congratulations on what you're doing. But as my brother said, my children have had to go without their grandmother. I have had to go without my mom.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Keller. Thank you for those remarks. Ms. Wheat, your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman today. Would you answer any questions he may have?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Wheat, what kind of drugs you on back then?
Cocaine.
Okay, how old were you when you started using drugs?
About 17.
And what kind of treatment have you taken since you've been in prison? What classes have you taken?
I've taken substance abuse. I've taken celebrate recovery. I do participate in some of the AANA groups that they have here. I also am looking into the celebrate recovery outside as a rehabilitation program for when I am able to get out to continue to do so.
Did you know beforehand that this lady was going to get killed?
No, sir.
Okay, so you were there with Ms. Keller's boyfriend?
Yes, sir.
So why were you there and she wasn't there? I mean, it's kind of confusing.
Honestly, because I was also sleeping with him.
Okay. And why did this crime take place? What were y'all hoping for? Money, drugs? I mean, what was the deal?
No, sir. I wasn't hoping for anything. Kendall and Miss Hartman had got into it previously, and he was angry, and that's what started the incident.
And I do want to note for the record that Mr. DA Sam DeQuilla is opposed. Said that you did not cooperate during the investigation, and Sheriff Jeff Chavez is opposed, and of course, your family is unopposed. And we heard from the victims. So I see that you're mental health 4. Are you on any kind of medication for mental health?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you visit with the mental health specialist?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what do you see him for? What's the diagnosis?
They just do an annual checkup just to make sure we're okay.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I see you a high need. That's we don't see that too often. Do you have any health problems?
I have it's like an arthritis in my knee, but that's about it.
Okay, that's good. I see you only had 6 DBs. The last was in 2017 for number 11, but I also saw you had a contraband in 2014. What was the contraband?
I believe it was someone was passing me a letter or something at that time, and I wasn't supposed to get it.
Okay, so it wasn't drugs, alcohol, or nothing like that.
No, sir. No, sir.
And you have 2 children?
Yes, sir.
Do you still have contact with your children?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions. But I want to congratulate you on getting your degree and the thing accomplished while you've been there.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions?
I have no questions. What charge did you plead guilty to?
Manslaughter,
And how many years did you get?
25,
And how many years have you been in jail?
13.
Okay, that's all I got. Thank you.
So, why did you do what you did? Have you given that, you had 13 years to think about it? Why do you, I mean, you can say you were on drugs, but why did you make the decision to do what you did?
Honestly, I was just being stupid and selfish. And I wasn't thinking. There was no thought process, period. Once he shot her, it was like I felt like I needed to get rid of it, to help him in a sense. And that was very stupid.
So it was just like instinctively you wanted to help him.
Yes, ma'am.
What gave,
Go ahead.
What gave him the idea that it would be good to have this woman dead?
That, sir, I don't know. All I do know is that him and her had got into it previously that day and prior to this incident, and he was holding a grudge towards her. I do know that they had some feud going on.
Wasn't there a discussion about we've gotten rid of our problem?
No, sir, not between any of us.
I believe that's in the report, but. So. Yeah, I find that. Did you ever ask him what you just did that for?
He said he was angry.
And you said about what?
What I knew about, like they had been fussing about, I know it had been about money previously, but I don't know exactly what initiated him to kill her at that time.
What have you done in your life that's going to keep you from being the follower? I'm not a psychiatrist, everybody knows that, but that sounds like you a bad follower there. How come when you get out, you're not gonna follow somebody else that does something stupid?
I have learned to be a better judge of character, and I just you have to pay attention to people you're around and how they act. You can't just go off of what they say. And at that time, whatever somebody told me, I believed, and you can't do that. You have to show your actions speak louder than your words.
Okay, I apologize.
All right, I don't see any other questions, Ms. Wheat, so I think we're prepared to vote. We'll ask Mr. Freeman to vote.
Okay, Ms. Weed, as I stated earlier, you got a lot of things to be proud of. You've done very, very well in prison, especially since 2017. The problem I have is you've only served 12 of 25 years. And I don't think that's enough for being involved in the taking of a life. But I do encourage you to reapply when you're eligible because you're doing great. You're on the right track.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Tillings.
I concur with Mr. Freeman, and I think you're doing a good job while you're there, taking classes and making some progress, but due to the family and the DA and the sheriff's opposition, my vote's gonna be to deny.
Prater.
I vote to deny. I don't think you served enough time, but I want to applaud you for what you've been doing, trying to get your life back in order.
Naomi, I appreciate what your mother said, how proud she is of you, and I think you've heard it from all of us. We're proud of you too. What a good feeling of accomplishment you must have for doing your GED and getting your associates and now working to even further your education beyond that. Today requires a unanimous vote, and so they've already gotten 3 votes to deny. I would probably vote to give you a shot at immediate parole eligibility, but because of my colleagues' vote to deny, I think that's the outcome of today's hearing. Your application for clemency has been denied. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, the pardon board is reconvening this afternoon at 12:20 at Elaine Hunt Correctional Center. It is Monday, March 10th, 2025. Good afternoon, Warden Hooper. Would you and your staff introduce yourself for the record? I think y'all are still on mute there.
Sorry about that. Warren Hooper, Elaine Hunt Correctional Center.
Christy LeBlanc, classification.
Joe Buttress, Assistant Warden.
All right, thank you. And we have Mr. Perry before us. Mr. Perry, good afternoon.
How you doing? How everyone doing?
Good. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Tredell Perry, 302958.
All right, Mr. Perry, you're classified as a first felony offender seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in the 9th Judicial District in October 1991 to a life sentence for a first-degree murder conviction. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. And we have joining us is the Parole Project, Mr. Kerry Myers, who will be speaking on your behalf, and we're going to ask him to do that in just a moment. But first, we'd like for you to tell us what did you do to get in jail? Why are you there? Why are you seeking a commutation, and why do you think you deserve one?
Well, at 16 years old, I became addicted to crack cocaine. And by the time I was 18 years old, I had entered my grandmother's house and ended up picking up a stick and hitting her several times with it, and also hitting my little cousin, Jerome Boyd. He lived, injuring him. And at this time, I hadn't had the opportunity to let everyone know, that I live with the pain every day for causing so much pain to my family and for taking a phenomenal woman's life that meant so much to me, that took care of me. My parents was addicted to crack cocaine, so they couldn't give me help, and I needed help. And I'm asking for the opportunity now because I received the help that I need through the Department of Correction. And I'll continue to receive the help and given the opportunity to go to Parole Project to receive more help and become a part of the solution to stop young people from getting caught up the way I got caught up. That parents on drugs that can't help them. And that's what I needed, and I got the help now. And I'm very thankful for the help that I got through the Department of Correction.
Good, good. Warden Hooper, is there anything you can tell us about Mr. Perry?
His last disciplinary report was in 2020. He's completed numerous programs. He's a trustee here. He's had numerous jobs, capable of all these. He's worked in the hospital as well, taking care of sick and ill patients.
Good, thank you. All right, could we hear from Mr. Myers, the Parole Project?
Yes, good afternoon, Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. We came across Mr. Perry simply because he works in the K building at Hunt, and every time we came in to see clients, he was there. Very humble, always. So one day we stopped and just asked, "What's going on with you?" And he said, I'm just here doing my job, and I'm hoping to have a clemency hearing one day. Well, over time you get to know someone through that process. So let us know when that happens. We go back a little bit with Mr. Perry. Looking at his accomplishments, the programming he's taken, the parenting, behavioral management, the inside out dads, victim impact, victim letter accountability training. He's been in the RDAP program to deal with his substance abuse issues. Parole Project is committed to him for long-term housing, and should this board give him a recommendation, should that recommendation be signed, we are committed to provide long-term support to get him self-sufficient, independent. We believe that Mr. Perry has worked very hard to overcome the addiction that led him to prison. He certainly expresses to us significant remorse because it was someone so very close to him. And it was the addiction, which is, addiction, particularly to crack, it destroys lives. And he recognizes that. We also recognize the work that he has done. So we just ask this board to consider those things. We do support his opportunities in reentry should this board give him a recommendation and he gets to that point.
Thank you. Mr. Perry, your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer any questions?
How you doing, Mr. Perry? I read your case and also I read the letter where you said you had remorse about your grandmother. And I see you've taken a lot of classes since you've been there.
Yes, sir.
Why do you feel you say you need to be released and what is it you want to do?
Well, I feel that I've received the help that I need, and I can continue to receive the help that I need. And if I could have got the help when I was 16, I could have been a better person. But that didn't happen. The Department of Correction offered me the help. I accepted the help. Because of the offer and the acceptance, I'm a better person today, and I know which direction I want to go. And my ultimate goal at the end is not just to be released, but to curb young people from going through what I went through. Parents on drugs can't get the help they need. And a lot of times, I understand now at 52 that you need a ear that's willing to take action. And I didn't have the ear or anybody to take action. But I know with the help of the parole project, and everything that they have to offer, and me realizing the direction that I truly want to go, it's not really about freedom. It's just about stopping the next young person from going through what I went through. Because I know I'm a better person today.
Do you have any kids?
Yes, sir, I have one.
One. So that's, I heard what you say going to the parole project, but where you would live here for a while, and if you left there, where would you go?
I wouldn't leave until I'm established, and it would be somewhere positive that I can give back, because I will always be in debt to the human race because of the cowardly act that I done based on that I was on drugs. So I will always be in a third mode, because a lot of people helped me throughout the Department of Correction, wardens, staff, to be the person that I am today. So I would always be in the third mode,
What you say he hadn't given you any problems there for how long?
No, sir. He's been a trustee most of his time. He's had some hiccups up and down, but overall, he's had no issues.
Okay, I have no more questions.
I just have one question. What was the when you got the intoxication in 20? What was it for?
It was for it was during COVID time, and I had took more than the prescribed number on the sinus pills instead of taking one because my nose running is cold. People died. I ended up taking 4, and it caused me to wobble. But it gave me a great opportunity to go to art there, something I had always been trying to get into. The toxicology report showed that
taking treatment since you had that. You've taken steps to address it.
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Perry, any questions?
No.
All right. Mr. Perry, I was going to ask about the intoxication. Thanks for that explanation. I don't have any questions. I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Tillis?
My vote today is going to be to grant commutation of your sentence, 99 years.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Prater?
99 years.
Mr. Freeman?
I also concur. You have a good record, and you have no victim opposition. I must note that for the record.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Prater, I agree. My vote is the same. So we'll, make the recommendation that your sentence be commuted to 99 years to the governor. Good luck.
Thank y'all very kind.
All right. Mr. Allen, would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
Tyrone Allen, 210-696.
All right, Mr. Allen, good afternoon. You're here seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in March of 1993. For simple burglary, you received a 4-year sentence, and then July of 1993, you received a life sentence for second-degree murder. You were convicted in Jefferson Parish. You have on Zoom today with us, you have your wife, Ms. Monique Allen. She'll be speaking, and we'll ask her to do so at the appropriate time. But we also have a representative from the District Attorney's Office, Mr. Randall Meyer, who's asked for the opportunity to speak, and we'll ask him to do so. First of all, Mr. Allen, tell us what got you in trouble. Why are you in jail? Why are you seeking a commutation, and why do you think you deserve it?
I'm in jail for second-degree murder.
Which
ma'am?
did you do?
Oh, I shot and killed Dean with a beat.
Okay.
Me and a guy had our altercation. She was in the middle of it. She was wrestling with me with the gun, and it went off.
Okay.
That's one of my kids' mother.
So why are you seeking commutation, and why do you think you deserve it?
Well, there's no amount of time that you can serve for Kim taking a life. So I'm really sorry that happened. I hope I can take that back, but I can't. But I want to go out there and be more productive with my life, with my kids, my grandkids.
Okay. Right. Well, maybe Warden Hooper can shed a little bit more light for us, please.
All right, so he's been with us for a good while. He's been a trustee since October of 2012. He hadn't had any write-up since 2011. He's actually got his GED, and he's got numerous trades through our VOTEC program. So I've known him for a long time. He actually goes to work every day, cuts our grass. Just real positive person.
Thank you. We'd like to hear, Mr. Allen, we'd like to hear from your wife, Ms. Monique.
Hi.
There you go. All right, go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, I'm Tyrone Allen's wife. We've been married going on 6 years. And when I first met him, he just didn't seem like the person that, because when I met him, he couldn't barely read or write. And he told me when he went in there, he could barely read or write, but he's so intelligent. And from what his family and his kids told me how he was in the past, he's totally different.
Good to hear. Well, thank you, ma'am. We appreciate you sharing those remarks with us. Now we'll hear from the opposition. Mr. Meyer, please.
Good afternoon, Randall Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. We've always felt that the first step in rehabilitation is accepting and stating what happened in a particular crime. Mr. Allen maintains to this day that he got into an altercation with another gentleman that came up, pulled the gun, and Miss McGee grabbed the gun. He ended up essentially accidentally shooting her, but the facts don't show that. The facts presented at trial did not show that. The people testified that Mr. Allen approached Miss McGee. They were arguing. There's some evidence that there was domestic abuse going on prior to that. And Mr. Allen took the gun and shot her 3 times. She was shot twice in the head, once in the neck, and died. The forensic pathologist, Dr. Susan Garcia, testified at trial that the cause of death was one of the head wounds called a contact wound from the bullet. And the contact wound occurs when the end of the muzzle of a gun is pressed against the skin, such that a seal is made between the skin and the end of the muzzle to the point where the muzzle is actually pushed into the skin. So there's no possible way that this shooting occurred the way Mr. Allen describes it, based on Dr. Garcia's review of the facts, of the evidence of Miss Allen's death and what he saw on her person when he did the examinations. She also had abrasions on her knees and forehead, which can indicate that there was, an altercation going on at that time. So he was sentenced to life without parole. We think that sentence ought to be maintained, and we think that he should be denied a request for accommodation.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Allen, your case was assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer his question?
How you doing, Mr. Allen?
How you doing, sir?
The DA just said some things that I was curious about too. I read your case and I saw 2 different stories, and I'd like for you to tell me the truth. What happened?
What I said initially is that's what really happened. Me and Erin Sanders had got into it, and she had stopped. She had just gotten out of jail, and so she tried to stop me and grab that gun. He had a gun, so I'm gonna protect myself. They never went and got his gun. That gun went off. So what he was saying, she fell in the streets. That's the part they don't know, or they're not saying. The girl fell in the streets on concrete.
Okay. She had 2 bullet wounds in the back of her head. How did that? And you said I'm sorry, what were you saying?
In the back of her head.
In the back of her head. It was eyewitness said that you shot her and then you stood over and put 2 more bullets in the back of her head. And you don't remember.
The same eyewitness that told the story 7 different times. Every time you tell it, it's different.
And you're saying, tell me how many times did you shoot?
They said it going off 3 times.
No, I'm saying you tell me.
3 times.
You shot 3 times.
Somebody said no.
Okay, so where did you hit her the first time?
I can't tell you. I don't know.
You don't know where you hit her. And she wasn't on the ground. You didn't shoot her while she was on the ground.
No.
And the other guy you say shot also?
Yes, sir.
He had a gun?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no more questions.
Any other questions?
I have no question.
So, Mr. Allen, you took the victim awareness, I think maybe Listen and Learn or some victim awareness program. What did you learn out of that? What'd you get?
I got out of the victim awareness. The family is. I'm a victim also. My family is a victim. We all are victims from my crime.
You're a victim?
With, you know, my family members. I put all of them as victims.
Right. Okay. Your family is victims. I agree. What else did you learn?
I can never take this back. Ever.
All right. I don't see any other questions.
I do.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to note for the record, I mean, your rap sheet is filled with violence. Nothing but violence. You take some anger management, anything like that, to understand why you involved violence? Okay. Because you had some other charges from principal to murder, aggravated assault, aggravated battery. Okay, I have no.
All right, I think that we are prepared to vote, Mr. Allen. Mr. Tillis will be voting first.
My vote today is to deny. Because of law enforcement opposition.
Mr. Prater,
My vote is to deny. I think we're still getting it's kind of a sideways story on this deal. And I agree that the first step of rehabilitation is to be honest with yourself and be honest with us. And I don't think we're there yet.
Mr. Freeman.
I vote to deny. Terrible criminal history along with, I don't think he's been truthful with us today.
And Mr. Allen, I appreciate that that you're doing well where you're at. I do agree with my colleagues. I think, I don't think we're getting what really happened that day. My vote today is to deny based on the opposition that's been expressed today. So today, sir, your application's been denied.
Do that and start video. You see yourself right there? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Can you say Mike?
Mm-hmm.
Let me get out of the picture.
Sheriff must be in his vehicle, huh?
Mm-hmm. You see him?
I see him bouncing around over here.
All right, good afternoon. We are reconvening, the party board is reconvening. We are now at Franklin Parish Detention Center. It is 12:58 p.m. on Monday, March 10th, 2025. And we have before us Mr. Lewis. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you introduce yourself to the board? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
Sean Lewis, DOC number is 363398.
All right, thank you. And I see that you have some staff members in the room there with you. I'd like to have them introduce themselves for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Hilton Griffin, Warden Griffin at Franklin Parish.
Warden Mike Empinger.
All right, and also joining us by Zoom, we have Sheriff Kevin Cobb, David Rigdon, Ms. April Lewis, and your mother, Ms. Maddie Lewis, and all of whom have indicated they'd like to speak. First, let me just read some identifying information, Mr. Lewis, into the record. As you stated, your DOC number is 363398. You were sentenced in West Carroll Parish in April of 2014 as a habitual offender for illegal possession of stolen things, $500 or more. You received a 25-year sentence. You are not eligible for parole, and you have a good time mandatory release date in November of 2037. Does all that sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. We're, Mr. Lewis, before we hear from the folks who want to speak on your behalf, we'd like for you to take a moment to tell us why are you in this situation? What did you do to get yourself in jail with a 25-year sentence? Why are you seeking a commutation? What are you asking for, and why do you think you deserve it?
Well, dumb mistakes got me in here, hanging with the wrong people I shouldn't have been around. We did some dumb stuff. I really changed my life around here. You know, I've had some very good influences to roll off of. I kind of went speechless. I'd just like a second chance to get back home to my wife and kids and the grandbabies I ain't got to see yet, and be a better role model for them, other than a role model being incarcerated. Have something better for them to look up towards. I've got the opportunity to start my own shop here in West Carroll. Franklin Parish here in Winsboro, and I'll be asking for eligible for parole date at some time.
So that's what you're seeking, is parole eligibility.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, sir. Well, we'll have some questions for you in a minute, but we're going to hear from the folks that want to speak on your behalf. So first, Sheriff, can we hear from you, sir?
All right. Can you hear me?
Sir, we can.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you all for giving us this opportunity. My name is Sheriff Kevin Cobb. I've in my fourth term as sheriff of Franklin Parish. This is the first time I've ever come before this board and spoke on anyone's behalf. So I hope that shows the importance of this to me. Sean has been at my facility for the last 10 years. He has been in our maintenance and mechanic shop the entire time. He has shown himself to be a very good person. I've personally been able to have many conversations with Sean, and he has told me about his mistakes of the past and all the things that he regrets of the things that he did do back during those periods of time in his life. But he believes that he's learned from that. He has shown that at my facility. He has done so much work at our facility, saving the parish of Franklin Parish a lot of money in our mechanic shop. He's always shown himself to be nice and courteous. He's also been a mentor to many mechanics that has come through that facility over the last 10 years. Looking at his crime, he understands what he did, but also looking at the amount of time that he got. I was hoping that this board would consider that, and with him being incarcerated for 10+ years at this time for that type of crime. I just hope that's taken into consideration. I know he's asking for eligibility for parole. Not sure if the option of an immediate release is in that at some point, but as far as me as the sheriff of Franklin Parish, all the staff members, my co-workers and employees, the fellow inmates that have come up under Sean as a mentor at that facility, we're all pulling for him. We believe that he does have the opportunity to establish his own business there in Franklin Parish, in the parish that I live. I think that's important to note as well. He's got plans. He's got goals. He does have family back at home that's been supportive to him this entire time. But at the same time, when he's in a position, he's been supportive to his family as well. And I think that speaks and says a lot for itself. So Sean has seen during his time at our facility, a lot of people come and go with all kind of different crimes. But he's done that with a good spirit the entire time. I respect him for that. And I just hope y'all consider him on the highest level today. I appreciate you for just giving me the opportunity to speak today. And any questions for me, I'd be glad to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the sheriff? I don't see any questions, but I think your chief deputy, Mr. Rigdon, would like to speak also.
Yes, thank you so much for allowing us the opportunity. I just echo everything that Sheriff Cobb has said, that Sean has always been an exemplary inmate for us. We haven't had any problems out of him. And I mean, the level of work he does, you know, he is a certified mechanic. So he's doing things that we're not talking about, oil changes and brake jobs. You know, he's able to do a high skill level work that he's done for us over the years. And it's just always done a wonderful job, echoing what the sheriff said again. Good spirit, hasn't complained. Just tell me what you need me to do. Okay, I'm on it. And concurring with what he said, you know, looking at the people that have come and gone, he's done a number of years for the crime. He's acknowledged to all at the jail and myself and the sheriff his involvements in the crime and does not deny them in any way. And is just hoping to, you know, be able to get home to his family sooner than 25 years. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And could we hear from Miss April Lewis, please?
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, so I am Sean's ex-wife. We have children together and grandchildren together. We were together for about 13 years. Well, married for about 13 years. We were together before he went to jail. And I mean, to speak on his character, he's always been, from what I gather, upstanding. I mean, I know he's done some things that he shouldn't have in his past and all that, but I mean, he is a hard worker. I mean, he does have, like they said, that he does have future plans and goals. And, you know, he has 4 kids with me, and then he has 2 older kids, and he's missed countless birthdays and grandbabies being born and all kinds of life events with the children and everything. And I mean, I feel like he's, you know, he's changed. He's easier to talk to nowadays, and he's just, I mean, I feel like that if he did get another chance, he would do right. Oops, I lost
Thank
you.
you for taking the time to speak with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And Miss Maddie, are you there with us? Ms. Lewis? She at the facility? Is your mother there at the facility?
Let me go to the other screen, ma'am. Let me go to
We'll get the other screen up.
And if not, I just bring it here.
Yeah, that'd be fine. Whatever works for you.
Maybe not, I don't know that, but.
Okay. All right, good afternoon, Ms. Lewis.
Hi.
So you are Maddie Lewis, Sean Lewis's mother?
Yes.
What would you like us to know about your son?
Well, since he's been here and everything, his whole attitude in life has changed. He's been around a lot of people that's had a lot of influence on him, a good influence. Sean come from a dysfunctional family, and it had a large impact on him. Trying to listen to two parents, each one had different ideas of how to raise a child. But he's always had a goal in his mind to open up his own mechanic shop. And he really didn't be around a lot of people that had good influence and everything. But since he's been out here, he has seen a whole new way of living and the attitude of people. And I think it's helped him a whole lot. He's got a large family that's missing him. They want him home. He's got children that he has kept in contact with. Try to keep up with their birthdays and Christmas and stuff with them and speak to them, talk to them. He's talked to other young people in the family as they've coming up to try to teach them how to live and what not to do in life, the wrong things in life, where it can get you. So he's had influence on a lot of the younger children in the family. So
That's good to hear. Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate you speaking with us this afternoon. Warden, I didn't ask you, is there any input you'd like to have?
Just what Sheriff Cobb and what Chief David and all us, he's been a model inmate. No disciplinary whatsoever. Like I say, any tasks that come up, he's more than willing to help. He even forged a mentor. All the mechanics that come through the shop, he have had his hands on all of them. And some of them have turned out to be darn good mechanics, just under his leadership. So once again, it's a fine fellow. And I just hope it all works out for him.
All right, thank you, sir. So, Mr. Lewis, your case has been assigned this afternoon to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer any questions he may have? Oh, I'm sorry, it's for Mr. Prater. I apologize. Answer his question.
Yes, sir, Mr. Lewis. I don't want to spend too much time about this, but I really think that it's necessary because I'd heard somebody said you got 25 years for stealing a four-wheeler, and we know that's not true. You know that's not true, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The 25 years is because of being a habitual offender. And what bothers me so bad is, and we'll go over some of these charges, starting in 1996 is when you first got caught. I don't know about your juvenile record, but you first got caught for felony theft back then. And then as we go forward in 99, you got a diversion for a burglary. Then in 99, you got 6.5 years for 7 burglaries. And then in 2002, simple escape, but that was dropped. And then you pled to an unauthorized use. And stop me if I'm saying something that's not correct. Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then in 2003, you were charged with a burglary and simple battery and cruelty to juveniles, but those were dismissed. Okay, that was 2003. 2006, you were given 3 years for possession of stolen things. 2006, you were given 2 years for alteration of serial numbers, and your parole was revoked. And then in 2011, it had to go to a jury trial, and you were convicted of possession of stolen things and being a habitual offender. Did I miss anything on your theft convictions? And anybody, us in law enforcement that know about these things pretty much, we don't maybe know it, but we figure that if you pled guilty to 7 counts of burglary, that you did a lot more than 7 that we didn't catch you on. And the same thing with these other counts of burglary. And altering serial numbers and really running a chop shop, that went on for a number of years at different places, it appears. But what bothers me the most is that you started your first theft conviction was when you were 20 years old, and your last theft conviction, because you're in jail now, is when you're 36 years old. So for 16 years, you made a living or committed so many burglaries and thefts and things. Do you realize what that does to a person when you get something stolen and or somebody comes in your home and burglarizes you? Do you know how many victims you have?
Yes, sir. It's pretty horrible thing when you lose something that you worked hard to get, and somebody just comes in and takes it. There's no excuse for it.
That lady to your left right there, if somebody broke in her house and got everything she worked hard for, what would you think about that?
I'd be pretty upset.
Okay. And I've got enough money to replace them. I had 2 4-wheelers stolen from my farm this last year. And that kind of bothered me a little bit because I worked hard for that money. Okay. That's a lot of hours it took me to work to get those. And these people, these 7 counts of burglary or 20 counts of burglary or whatever. I'm just trying to, I don't know if you realize how many lives that you've impacted for such a long period of time. Why don't you deserve 25 years?
Well, in all honesty, I probably do. Everything. I would just like a chance to turn my life around and make amends to those that I've already hurt and try to be a better influence to everybody.
You ever heard the expression, once a thief, always a thief?
Yes, sir.
How do we know that once you're not out of custody, out of prison, that you won't be stealing from us? When I say us, I mean the rest of the people in Louisiana who we represent.
Yes, sir. I got a lot better friends that I got now that I've made since being here. I'm done with the drinking stages in my life. All that's over with. And I just want a chance to get back to my community now and show that I can be something better than what I've already done in the past.
Yes, sir. I wrote that down. When that was the first thing you said when you were saying why you did what you did, hanging around the wrong people. 16 years, you hung around the wrong people?
Drinking and friends.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Freeman, you have any?
Mr. Lewis, are you tired?
Sir?
Are you tired of being in jail? I mean, are you getting tired? You think your criminal life is over?
Oh, it's over.
And,
just go around here.
Say you were out of it, but it took you a long time to catch on and start maturing out of it.
This is enough for me.
Okay.
I lost my dad this go around, and that really opened my eyes up and made me think about my kids and what they're going through. So, yeah, this definitely, I'm done with this life. Is this the most time
you've ever done in jail?
Sir?
Is this the most time you've ever served in jail?
Yes, sir.
What was your max before that? What was the most time you served before that?
3 years, I think.
And that was at the parish level or the state level?
That was at parish facilities in Tallulah, I believe.
So, okay. All right, I have no further questions.
I have no questions.
Mr. Lewis, you mentioned you had a drinking problem.
Yes, ma'am.
What have you done since you've been in jail to address that issue?
Well, I've been through the classes for the anger management and the parenting and partners and the risk management deals. And my biggest thing was pick better friends that's not drinking, that's doing better in their life, so I can stay away from all the other trouble that come with the drinking.
So have you given any thought to, I know you say you're gonna hang around with different people, but this is Louisiana. There's a lot of people that drink. I mean, you've got to have a sobriety plan other than just hanging with the right people. You given any thought to that?
I'd like to get in some programs if they're available for me and everything to keep me on the right tracks from now on.
You ever heard of Alcoholics Anonymous?
Yes, ma'am.
It's a good program. The other thing, let me just ask you real quick. I agree with what April said. You've missed a lot of milestones in a lot of family members' lives. What are your goals? Everybody's mentioned you got goals. What are your goals?
Well, I got an opportunity to open a shop here in town, and I'd like to get it up and going and get my kids involved in some of it, and maybe get a program started to help the other troubled youth to, kind of teach them like I've been doing out here to help them get on a better life. Leave something behind for my kids when I'm gone that they got something to remember me by other than being the dad that was locked up.
Well, I will say that for the record, I just want to put it on the record that we have no opposition from the district attorney's office, which is unusual. We've heard from Sheriff Cobb. The record reflects there was opposition from Sheriff Matthews. However, he has reconsidered. He takes no position and is not opposed. So that's something to be said. I don't have any other questions. I think that we are prepared to vote.
Executive session, I gotta find out about the options.
We have a motion for executive session.
I second.
Can you call the roll?
RONALD,
Yes.
Freeman,
Yes.
Prater,
Yes.
Tilly.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Lewis, we will be in executive session for a few moments to discuss confidential matters. Stand by. We'll be right back.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, could I get a motion to go back in regular session?
I move that we go back to regular session.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Tillis, second by Mr. Freeman to go back in regular session without objection. We're back in regular session at 1:26. We are prepared to vote. Mr. Prater will be voting first.
Yes. Mr. Lewis, how many years have you served?
12 years, going on 12 years, sir.
Okay, and your history of your ages looked like for 16 years you committed thefts and burglaries until the time that you got locked up this time. You had a 16-year career. I think you ought to serve at least a year for each year that you were a criminal. And so for that reason, I deny, my vote is to deny.
Mr. Freeman?
Due to there's no victim opposition and there is what the sheriff said and the chief deputy said, my vote today would be to grant and give him immediate parole eligibility.
Today my vote is to deny due to the time served and the the crimes that you've committed.
Mr. Lewis, I do appreciate hearing from all the people who spoke on your behalf today. I do think you're a changed man. I think that you have some good goals. I appreciate the service that you've given your own community within the prison. You've mentored others, and I think that's made an impact. My vote today would be to grant your application with immediate parole eligibility. However, sir, you needed a unanimous vote today to get a favorable action today. So the outcome of today's proceeding is that your application's been denied, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Now what?
2 and 2. 25.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Pippin.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and your mailing address, please.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Edwin Pippin. My mailing address is 23262 Highway 124, Jonesville, Louisiana, 71343.
All right, sir, and you're here. Thanks for your patience. I know it's been a long day waiting on us, but
That's okay. No problem, ma'am.
So you're here this afternoon, Mr. Pippin. Let me read some identifying information into the record and we'll get started with our process. Mr. Pippin, your DOC number 775384. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in Ascension Parish, 2019 for a simple battery misdemeanor conviction. You received a 6-month sentence suspended that you were placed on 2 years unsupervised probation. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
So tell us, we reviewed your record, but for the record and on the record, we'd like for you to tell us why are you seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms?
Well, I'd like to begin, first off, thank y'all for y'all's time. I know it's been a long day for y'all, but I appreciate this opportunity. I'd like to start off with why am I here and sitting in front of you today. And to begin, I would like to say that I have never and do not currently have problems with law enforcement, except for a period of time, the last 3 years of my marriage. And I believe my record will show that. I actually had a really good marriage for a very long time. I had a beautiful wife, had a great job, a great home, and 2 fantastic kids. I mean, absolutely fantastic. And all of that changed one day in 2016. My mom came down to help us out with the children. And she and my ex-wife got into an argument, and I did what I thought was right and sided with my ex-wife, and then I asked my mother to leave. And then a few hours later, she committed suicide. And so I spent a great deal of time after that projecting blame on my ex-wife, and was completely oblivious and blinded to my own faults and my own wrongdoings. I am certainly not without fault. Unfortunately, my ex-wife and I developed a pattern where we would use law enforcement to settle our arguments. And I look back on that and am mortified at the way 2 grown adults handled themselves. I can only imagine how law enforcement must have felt having to come time and time again to our home, how frustrated they must have been with what I would consider to be a misuse of law enforcement time. The night relating to this charge, I spent a great deal of time saying I didn't do anything wrong. I had a video. I didn't hurt her. And it took me a while to understand that the way that I handled things, taking her phone away from her in an aggressive manner, was wrong and deserved what I received. But I can happily say that since we have divorced, and I hate to say didn't use happily in that sense, but since we have divorced, I have had absolutely no problems with law enforcement. I'm chief operating officer for a great company here in central Louisiana. And I'm most happy that my ex-wife and I actually are getting along better than we ever have before. We are doing what I would like to think is a fantastic job co-parenting our 2 children. And we make sure that we are putting them first in everything that we do. We've enrolled them in a great Christian school in Opelousas. And I would like to think that they could go without nothing, and they are thriving, and we spend as much time with them and share custody and really do, I think, a great job now, maybe better than we ever have before. I've also been in committed relationship for the past 4 years. I'm actually engaged to be married. And it's a blessing that my children actually love spending time with her, and she loves spending time with them. How have I changed? I believe you all received a letter from my pastor. And at least I hope you did. I sent it in, and it goes into great detail the efforts and the strides that I've made with him. We spent a great deal of time in study and counsel. He's been an incredible mentor. He's been an incredible friend. He's been somebody who's been there for me and who has truly helped me and been a role model for me. I had to learn the hard way, unfortunately, that I can't sit back and blame others and cast a blind eye to my wrongdoings and my transgressions. So I'm asking for this pardon today, and I realize that you may be asking, why is he asking for a pardon for a simple battery misdemeanor? And this has a great deal to do with my children and other things. But for instance, my son has been heavily involved in Scouts over the last couple of years. And I was hoping that would be a way that we could spend a great deal of time together. I wanted to volunteer, wanted to be a part of that organization. I believe in what they do and what they teach. But unfortunately, I cannot pass the background check to be able to participate. Another example is I'm on the board of directors and a founding member of an organization called Dream Hunt. And we set up this organization just after COVID. And what we do is we raise money and we take children with disabilities and Gold Star children. We take them on a dream hunt. I am allowed to participate in the fundraising activity, but when it comes to the children, one of the mandatory things that we require is a background check, and I'm not able to pass that either. So this is just two examples, numerous reasons why I have applied for this. I hate the wrong that I did in my marriage. I hate that it resulted in divorce. This is something I never wanted my children to know. I realize now that my ex-wife was not to blame for certain events in my life, and only way to truly deal with any of this stuff and anything we face each day is to do what we were told in 1 Peter 5:7. Thank you all for y'all's time. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Your case today has been assigned to Mr. Craig.
Yes.
Answer his questions.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr.
Good afternoon, sir.
I wanted to go over, just for the record, in 2016, you were arrested for domestic abuse and simple assault. Charges were dismissed, but did you go through a DA version on that?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, so that was, it didn't just, they went ahead and would have taken it to trial, but you went through the diversion and.
Yes, sir.
Dismissed.
Yes, sir, did.
And again in 2019, you got charged with domestic abuse again, correct?
Yes, sir. That one was outright dismissed.
What happened to those charges?
Those charges were dismissed.
Okay, did you have to go through any program to get them?
No, sir, I did not.
Why did they dismiss them? Do you know?
I'm not 100% sure as to the judge's reason behind it. But my attorney spent a great deal of time working with the opposing counsel, and they decided district attorney decided to drop the charges.
Okay.
The judge expressed to me at that time, that I was very fortunate to have that done, and was very appreciative of him.
And then in 2019, you were charged with intimidating a witness, terrorizing, and those charges were null-crossed, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have to take any kind of course? Why were those null-crossed?
From what I understand, it was more of an overcharge than anything, and there was no case or evidence to support those.
Okay.
The district attorney dropped those.
And then finally, in 2019, again, that year, a domestic abuse and a simple battery, or a domestic abuse, and you pled guilty to simple battery, and that's where you got 2 years of probation. Is that correct?
No, sir, that was actually in 2018 that happened. But we finally, everything settled in court at that time.
And that's when you
And
got
then-
the years of probation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then we divorced December 19th of 2019.
So you've been off of probation since 2020 or
Yes,
2020?
sir. December of 2020, I believe.
Okay.
And it was unsupervised. So like I said, I don't have, I never even received anything when it was over, never visited, had to visit with any officers. The arrangement with the judge was that if anything happened in that time period, then I would have to serve that sentence.
Yes, sir. Okay, that's all the questions I got.
Thank you.
I have a question. Okay, what's really I'm looking at what did they say you did to the witness, the intimidate? Who was it? Was that your ex-wife also?
Yeah, yes, sir, it was. Yes, sir, it was.
This was ongoing. Everything was dealt with your ex-wife.
Yes, sir, it did. It did. So she was arrested, and the charges were dropped against her during that time period for aggravated assault. She was at our residence during that time, and we both had stay away orders, I guess we would say, in place. And so that is where I figured the intimidation came in.
Okay, that's it. And you, one thing I did notice that you kind of contradicted yourself on was that you say you and your wife get along great now, but you said in a statement that y'all don't even talk. Y'all just drop off the kids to each other.
That was the way things were, unfortunately. It really was. And
now?
she now, and for I would say the better part of 2 years now, we have decided that the best thing that we can do for our children is show them that we can get along and we can behave accordingly, and show them that despite divorce, you know, we can still be responsible adults and we can still make an example for them. And we just decided that amongst ourselves, and you know, and have stuck to it. And it's certainly made things much more pleasant, made things much easier. I know that it's had an impact on our children for sure. We've also been able to go to events like events for my son's Scouts or with my daughter in athletics. We've actually been able to bring our significant others now and all sit together at a table and, you know, have a good time and show our children that this is how you're supposed to behave, and this is how things are supposed to be done, and that your mother and father were wrong in the way that they acted before, and it's not acceptable.
Okay, good. That's a good way to look at things. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Pippin,
Yes, ma'am.
mentioned that you now realize that she was not all the blame. But,
absolutely not.
And I guess that must have happened about 2 years ago, like you said, when y'all started getting along, because even as recent as your application, which I think was dated 2022, that was the attitude that you still had.
Yes, ma'am. And a lot of that stems, I had a good bit of animosity in regards to what happened with my mother. And it took me a long time to even get to the point to even be able to discuss that with anybody, to even say it out loud. And no matter what I would tell myself or tell others, in the back of my mind, I still harbored some feelings of hurt and animosity because of that. And it was far easier for me to project blame than it was to take it upon myself. Far easier that way. And I had to have an awakening with myself. I had to put aside those feelings that I have. I had to discuss them with people. I had to openly be able to talk about it. I had to spend a great deal of time in counseling with, and, address those issues.
Well, I'm glad you recognized that. I don't have any other questions.
Let me ask
Go ahead.
one other thing. So 2 years ago, your wife was not in favor of this pardon. Now would she be?
Yes, sir. I believe she would be. I informed her of the hearing today. I gave her the Zoom ID, showed her the letter, and asked her if she would like to join. She would be more than welcome to. And obviously she did not, but I, without a doubt, know that she would be in favor of this.
Okay, because she said in the form she felt, of course, this was 2 years ago.
Yes, sir.
She said she received medical treatment several times as a result of the violence, and she still has embarrassing scars that I'm asked about.
I don't have anything to say about that. I'm not sure exactly what she was talking about, but once again, that was 2 years ago, and I would, I wish she would have been here today, because I know that she would be able to corroborate what I'm telling you today, and she would back that up.
Well, good. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I really am. And like I said, this is 2 years ago, and you said
Yes, sir.
2 years,
Absolutely.
Things have changed, and so
Absolutely.
I just want to ask that.
Absolutely. And I'll be honest with you, a lot of it has to do, she has she's seeing a very nice man. I have nothing but respect for him. My kids talk very highly of him. And I'm blessed to have him in their lives. I think he loves them and has taken a great interest in them, and is committed to them and committed to their studies. And I think that has a lot to do with this, that we were both able to move on and have a great support structure. And once again, I'm blessed that my ex-wife is seeing a man with his character and his qualities, and that loves my children.
All right, Mr. Pippin, thank you. I don't see any other questions on the,
I'd like to put executive session.
we have a motion for executive session.
I second.
We have a second. Can we do the roll call, please? Yes.
Green,
Yes.
Prater,
Yes.
Sims.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Pippin, we'll be in executive session for a few moments to discuss confidential matters. Stand by. We'll be right back.
Yes, ma'am.
We have a motion by Mr. Tillis, second by Mr. Freeman to return to regular session. Without objection, it's 1:54. We're back in regular session. Mr. Pippin, we are back in session and we are prepared to vote. And Mr.
Yes,
Prater,
ma'am.
I'll ask for his vote first.
Mr. Pippin, I've gone over your file extensively, as you could probably figure from all the questions that I had.
Yes, sir, you did.
And I'm concerned with the amount of time it's been since you've been off of probation. Where there's a lot of smoke, there's got to be fire, and there's a lot of smoke here. And I'm not saying your ex-wife is not totally at fault, or that you're not totally at fault, or whatever, but there's just too much there. I'm going to vote to deny your request for a pardon at this point, and of course, no restoration of firearms if you don't get your pardon. You can apply again when there's been a few more years go by since 21, since you've been off probation, 20 or 21. And so that's my reasoning behind it.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Freeman,
I concur, Mr. Prater.
Mr. Tillis.
I concur with Mr. Freeman and Mr. Prater.
And I also concur. I'm concerned about the number of domestic violence issues. So my vote today also is to deny at this time, Mr. Pippin. So today your application has been denied. Good luck.
Appreciate y'all's consideration.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Ms. Phoenix, are you on the line with us?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Phoenix, excuse me.
Yes,
Good afternoon, ma'am. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
Hi, my name is Dr. Pamela Phoenix. My mailing address is 302 Napoleon Street, Bossier City, Louisiana, 71112.
All right, thank you. Let me read some identifying information into the record. Dr. Phoenix, your DOC number is 333319. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms You were sentenced in November 1993 in Jefferson Parish for Medicaid fraud. You received a 1-year DOC sentence that was suspended, and you were placed on 3 years probation.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
correct? And you were scheduled for hearing last month. There was some question, though, about a restitution payment that was still showing on the record. I think it was a little over $800. And
Yes, ma'am.
you have provided documentation that was completely resolved. I believe it was in 2017.
1997.
1997, excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
So also joining us today is Mr. Randall Meyer from the DA's office in Jefferson Parish. First of all, Dr. Phoenix, would you tell us why are we here today? Why were you convicted of Medicaid fraud, and why are you seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms?
Okay. Well, the paperwork stated that it was welfare fraud, but the restitution was for Medicaid. But I'm seeking a pardon today because I've heard a lot of people that come before you saying I'm not the same person I was when I committed the crime. Well, I don't possess the same attributes, characteristics, or mindset that I did 32 years ago. 32 years ago, I was a single mother with 2 children, living with my grandmother who was helping to support me, and I couldn't work while I was pregnant. I had high-risk pregnancies. So after I had the baby, I got a job and made the decision that I wanted the benefits and my paycheck. Unfortunately, that was the worst decision and choice I could have made ever in a lifetime, and I've had to pay the price since that time. Since then, I have spoken and done so many things differently for my life and other individuals' lives. First and foremost, keeping the law as a priority. I will tell anyone, don't try and think you can get over on any systems that are in place because they have compliance issues and standards that are in place to keep you honest. And if I had just reported that I was working at that time and whether my benefits were lowered or anything else, that's what I would have to have accepted. So I am regrettably remorseful about the decision that I made because it has been a darkness over my life just having that. But since that time, I had become a paralegal. I've always loved the law, even though that might sound hypocritical, but I have always loved the law. I got my Bachelor's of Arts from Loyola University while I was working full-time as a paralegal. I went on to get my master's and my doctorate. I also entered law school. Wasn't able to complete it because I got married. I gave up school for the husband, and I should have gave up the husband for school, but praise the Lord. So I only got through 1 year, and suffice it to say, I still continued in the legal field. Now, in 2005, I relocated to Tyler, Texas as a result of Katrina. And I was blessed to start an oil and gas business, Triple J and Associates, LLC. And I became a homeowner, a licensed minister. Again, got my master's and my doctorate, and have given back to the communities, all of them that I have resided in. I've been on the Planning and Zoning Commission for the city of Tyler. I'm over 2 scholarship foundations president. I have been on the Smith County Appraisal District Appraisal Review Board. I've been a judge for the Smith County elections. And numerous, I can go on and on with that, but I've given back to the communities that I've worked in. And after relocating to Tyler, I didn't think that I would ever leave Tyler. But I realized when I had made that statement, not the same person that I was. I'm really not the same person I was 4 years ago. Because 4 years ago, I lost my baby girl who was 26. And in September of 22, my home was totaled in a fire. And then that next month, my mom passed away. So I found myself in a place that I was shifting. I wasn't no children at home. Everybody was grown. And my mom, I was taking care of her because she was diagnosed with dementia. She was my life. And I had gotten to a place where I needed to still give back to the community, but also take care of myself. So I am still in community work. I relocated to Bossier City as a result of ministry. And I would like to open 2 more nonprofit organizations, one for drug addiction and another for obesity. And the restoration of firearms, my application was put in years ago when my mom was still alive, and I was single and taking care of her. So I wanted to have protection in case anything happened or someone was trying to harm us. Well, since she's gone home to be with the Lord, I'm here in Bossier City and I'm single and I have some health challenges. So just to be able to protect myself, my brother said I needed to be able to go to gun ranges and things like that, to be able to protect myself if anything happens. And that's pretty much my story. I thank you all as an afterthought for even hearing my case, and I'll answer any questions that you all have.
Thank you, ma'am. First, before we have questions, we're going to hear from the DA's office. Mr. Meyer?
Good afternoon, Randall Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. The issue I potentially had in this case was the payment of the restitution. And from what I looked at in the records of the clerk of court's office, it appeared that it had been paid because there was motions to revoke filed that were all dismissed. But I wasn't able to tell, 100% whether it's been paid or not. So I accept Dr. Phoenix's statements that it has been paid. I also like to, on these applicants who are out of jail, I sometimes like to listen to them and see, because you kind of get a feel just listening to them talk and what they have to say about themselves and their situation as to, it gives you a feel about whether you should, oppose someone or not. Hearing Dr. Phoenix speak, it's pretty clear that our office is taking no position on her request. It sounds like she's got her life in order and is doing well, and best of luck to her. Thank you.
Thank you. Make that clear to her. I didn't pick up on that.
Okay. You may do that now.
Yes, please.
But Phoenix, you mentioned there was a charge in 2002 that was dismissed. And in your application, you asked to be pardoned for that also. And you can't get pardoned for something that you weren't convicted of. Okay. But to get it off your record, you're going to have to get that expunged.
Okay.
That's a different process, and we don't have anything to do with that.
Okay. Thank you so much for advising.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Dr. Phoenix, your case was assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer any questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Dr. Phoenix. How are you?
I'm fine, Mr. Tillis. How are you?
Well, I read your case and listening to you also, all the good things you've done, and I commend you for that. But have you done anything for battered husbands?
Battered husbands?
Hey, you say you turn your husband in for your what's going on?
Well, I think you see my application and you see I'm divorced from that husband. So I said I should have kept law school and not kept the husband.
No.
But no, that isn't in my ministry. It's not my call.
No, I looked over and I agree with the DA, and I have no more questions.
I don't see any other questions. I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Tillis.
My vote is to grant restoration of firearm.
Mr. Prater.
I concur.
Mr. Freeman.
I concur.
And I as well. So, Dr. Phoenix, we're going to make that recommendation on your behalf to the governor for a pardon with restoration of firearms.
Thank y'all so much. Thank you. Oh,
All right, good afternoon. Mr. Glapion, is that how you say it?
Yes, it is.
Would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and current mailing address.
Hi, my name is Bernard Glapion. My mailing address is 913 Sassafras Street, Slidell, Louisiana, 70458.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Glapion. You're here this afternoon before the Pardon Board seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in July of 1993 in Orleans Parish to 2 years hard labor for theft. Is that correct?
No, not 2 years hard labor. It was a 2-year suspended sentence.
Yeah, well, it was 2 years hard labor. It was suspended and you were placed on probation.
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct. That's
So we're
correct.
still on the same page. That's good.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Mr. Glapion, would you tell us a little bit how did you get in that situation and why are you seeking a pardon with restoration of firearm?
Well, I got into that situation. At that time, I was a whole lot younger, and I was a young married person, and with a child. And the home that I lived in at the time was burglarized, and it was during the burglary they stole some stuff out of my home, and I had been burglarized once before. Whenever I was burglarized, I always felt like the insurance company didn't reimburse me as I felt I should have been reimbursed. So with this particular case, I chose to pad the insurance claim so that I would get what I felt at that time was fair compensation for my losses, which is something I realize now I should not have done. I was caught. I was arrested, convicted, paid full restitution for the monies I did receive, and here I am today. I'm at this point now, I'm single. I live in Slidell, Louisiana. I have several businesses. I'm in the real estate business. I have several properties that I purchase, renovate, and I rent out to tenants. I have a total of 4 properties now. I have another business. It's an audio video installation business. I install home theater systems, TVs, speakers, things like that. I have a third business as well. I rent vehicles for a living. These are the things I do at this time. Just an entrepreneur and a law-abiding citizen. And my reason for wanting my rights restored is because I'm older now. I'm 60 years old, and life in New Orleans is not that easy. So I feel I need to protect myself and have some type of self-defense in case of something, not for no other reason but to defend myself if necessary.
All right, sir, thank you. Your case this afternoon has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer any questions, please?
Good afternoon, Mr. Bernard. How are you?
Pretty good.
Good. The insurance caught you padding the expenses that you had?
Yes.
They did?
Actually, they didn't, but my ex-wife at the time, we were going through disagreements, and she actually reported it to the insurance company.
That's what I read. That's what I read.
Yes, sir.
So you've been clean ever since then?
Absolutely.
I see. And you say needing a firearm is because your protection?
Yeah, it's just like I said, I'm 60 years old now. I'm not getting any younger. I'm single. I live alone. I just want to be able to protect myself if necessary.
Okay, I have no more questions.
Any questions? I don't see any other questions, Mr. Glapion. I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Tiller.
My vote today is to grant with firearm.
Mr. Prater.
I concur.
Mr. Freeman.
I concur.
And I do as well. So, Mr. Glapion, we're going to make that recommendation on your behalf to the governor for a pardon with restoration of firearms. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Right, good afternoon, Ms. Scott.
Yes.
You introduce yourself, tell us your name and current mailing address, please.
Serena Scott is the name you have, but I did remarry since then, so it's Serena Leret. I reside at 294 Texas Gulf Road, Berg, B-O-U-R-G, Louisiana, 70343.
Leret. Leret?
Yes.
All right, I'll call you Miss Leret. For the record, our record is Serena Scott, but Ms. Leret, DOC number is 571852. You're here seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in Terrebonne Parish in August 2003 for forgery and theft of $500 or more. You received a 6-year sentence that was suspended, and you were placed on 3 years of active probation. Is that information correct?
Yes.
So, Ms. Scott, it's our understanding that you did earlier receive a favorable recommendation from the pardon board for a pardon with restoration of without restoration of firearms, and that was granted. So you're seeking today just the restoration of firearms.
Correct.
All right, so tell us, this is a new board that didn't see you before. So tell us how you got involved in this situation and why are you seeking firearms restoration?
This occurred back in, it was incidences that rolled from 21 to 22 that was finally taken care of in 2001. It seems like a lifetime ago. 2001, I was arrested in 2002. I was during that time going through multiple challenges without coping skills. I was going through a divorce, and my father had died in 2001, and there was just a lot happening that I made poor choices. Again, I felt like I was just mentally unprepared. I didn't have the coping skills. When all of this occurred, I realized that I needed to do better. I went into therapy for a few years after this to talk about what led me to this and how to cope when things get stressful. And when all of this occurred, I did not fight it in any way. It never went to court because we went ahead and settled, and I, pled guilty. I did restitution. I did a brief, actually did spend some brief time in jail. And it took me hitting rock bottom. Give me a moment, please. Other than my family who were disappointed, but they stood by me, felt like every friend I had. And my husband, not at the time, but husband after, that's the Leret, he stuck by me, and I was very appreciative of him for that. And during that time, I ended up getting pregnant, and now I have a beautiful daughter. And during all that time, the brief time I was in jail, it was at the very beginning of my pregnancy, and I knew sitting there, because when you're in jail, you really don't have anything else to do but sit there and think. So that's when I decided I needed to do better for her and for myself. And so that's why I went ahead and, like I said, I did restitution. I did everything I did to make amends to that organization. And when I climbed out of there, I finished school. I got my bachelor's degree. Then I went back and got my master's to have an MBA. And during that time, I've volunteered with local boards where I felt like I had a skill set that could add value to them. I wanted to give back to my community that I took from. And then that kind of led me up to where in 18, when I got my clemency the first time without firearms. I felt like I still needed to do more. I still feel that today. I'm currently in my doctorate program. I finished this year. I serve as a program director at a local community college. I run the adult education department. Those are the folks that life got in the way. They didn't get their high school diplomas. So a lot of the students I serve, we have a lot in common. They need second chance. They needed an opportunity. My program actually works with one of the local jails. We're currently trying to get another one on board. And I just feel connected to them because they are where I was 20 years ago. They, whatever reason, bad choice, put them where they are. And so my doctorate that I'm currently in, I'm in the final phase of my project, and my project is a mentorship program. And that's what I'm trying to institute college-wide and to share with the other colleges around the state, because I think folks need that. And I didn't have that younger, and I don't lay blame. It's me. I made those choices. But I feel like if maybe I would have had someone early in life that could have taken the moment to work with me and be a mentor, I would have maybe had the knowledge and skills to make better choices. Again, I take full accountability for what I did, and I work on that every day still to be a better person. So that's why I felt like mentorship program is what I needed to build. And hopefully that makes an impact on someone. As far as wanting my firearms back, for me, it is feeling like that is the last piece of making me whole again before I went down this horrible path. I really don't even think I have an intention of getting a firearm. But I just feel like it's like I said, it's the last piece of me that needs to come back. And so that's why I decided to go down this path again. I'm not gonna lie, the first time I went through clemency, it was like this, talking, crying, sharing. But I felt like I needed to, because I want to be a role model for my students so that they know second chance is available. You just got to be diligent to work for it and feel like it's not going to be given to you. You have to earn it. So I just want to be a role model for them as well.
Great, thank you. Well, this afternoon, your case was assigned to Mr. Freeman. Did you answer any questions?
Okay, Ms. Lorette, I'm a little confused. You said you were married first to Lawrence Scott Jr., and then you married Mr. Joey Lorette, but y'all divorced also, correct?
Yes, we divorced in 2021.
Okay, because I thought you had stated that you were still married. Okay.
No.
Do you hunt?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Do you hunt?
Do I hunt? No.
Okay. And in the record, it says, that you stated it, that you had a diagnosis of, I'm not going to try to pronounce it, but it's a milder form of bipolar. Are you still getting treatment for that?
I do therapy. It is on an as needed basis. So when I feel things are getting, a little pressure cookered, I actually go and speak to someone. In the beginning, I was doing therapy like every other week, and that was for probably 3 to 4 years. And then we kind of slowly tapered that off, and now it's on an as needed basis.
Okay, I have no further questions.
I have no questions.
All right, I don't see any other questions. I think you did a good job explaining, and so I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Freeman?
Okay, Ms. Scott, first of all, I want to congratulate you on your life. I mean, you've made a turnaround and you've gotten yourself back together. You got great education. That diagnosis bothers me a little bit. And you said you'd still go to counseling when you need it. And I think you hold already with your pardon. My vote today is going to be to deny.
Mr. Tillis?
I also think you've done well, and I think you need to keep doing that. And I want to say to you that you don't need a gun to make you feel whole. A gun is not going to make you feel whole. You're whole already, so my vote's going to be denied for a gun.
Mr. Prater?
I concur.
And Ms. Lorette, I do congratulate you. I'm excited for you for your doctorate program that you're nearing completion of that. I do have a little concern also about the request for a firearm, so my vote today is going to be to deny. I think you're whole. You're in a good place, I believe. Good, you should feel very, very proud of yourself. You're doing some good work. Thank you. Thank you for what you do for your students. Today, your application's been denied. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Blanks. Thanks for your patience today, sir. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and mailing address.
Hello, my name is Gerald Anthony Blanks Jr. My new mailing address is different from the one that you probably have on file, but my new one is 1740 Baron Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, and that's apartment 340.
What we got?
I'm
So,
sorry?
That's what we have. That is what we
Okay,
have. Thank
okay, I
you.
must have called and updated it. Okay, that's good.
Thank you. Mr. Blanks, your DOC number 628826, you're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced September 2014, possession of Xanax in Jefferson Parish. You received a 2-year sentence. You were placed on 2 years probation. Is that
Yes, ma'am.
right?
That's correct.
And for your information, we have a representative from the DA's office in Jefferson Parish who has some comments. But before we hear from him, Mr. Blanks, tell us, why are you seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms?
So my previous type of work I used to do private security detail overseas. It varies anywhere from protecting diplomats, reporters, journalists of and that such of type of environment. And my main thing is I want to get back in that type of field. I was able to obtain my security clearance from the government, and I was able to go back overseas, but I wasn't able to do armed work again, which is more of my passion. That would be one of my main reasons why I would want it back, just to get back into that field. I also recently just got an offer to go help do armed security from one of my friends that's currently in Gaza, helping with the Israeli evacuation. But obviously I had to turn it down because I'm not able to possess a firearm. And that goes on the government side also.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. And so, Mr. Meyer, what does the DA's office have to say?
Randall Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. He's not quite on the 10-year cleansing period that we'd like to see. I think his probation he completed in 2016, so he's just a little bit shy of that. And I didn't see anything of record, showing any documentation from any governmental agency suggesting that he needs to have this pardon in order to get those clearances, because he had said he had those clearances already. So
that's correct.
So that's our position. It's just a 10-year cleansing period at this point in time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Mr. Blanks, your case was assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer his questions?
Mr. Blanks, in 2011, when you got the disturbing the peace and the aggravated assault, did you have a weapon in that instance?
Yes, sir, I did.
What kind of weapon was that?
It was a Glock 26 compact.
You know a lot about weapons, huh?
Yes, sir. I was in weapon squad in the U.S. Army.
Okay. And a domestic abuse battery charge, that was in 2012. Were there any weapons involved in that?
No, sir.
Okay. And you're saying you don't have any letter or anything with this job offer or anything like that?
So this was just word of mouth. He asked me if I would like to come back out, but I told him I had to verbally deny it because of my situation.
Right. Okay. And before with your girlfriend, I mean that was what you was going to get some clothes and she wanted to be there and you had the gun was in your car, correct? You didn't bring it to the house, did you?
No, it was in the back seat of my car, sir.
With the pills that you told the cops were in your car also.
Yes. No, the pills is actually on my person. When I was arrested by the police officer, before he even asked me if I had anything on me, I told him in my left pocket in my jogging pants I have pills. He pulled them out and asked him, did I have a weapon on me? I said, not on person, but I do carry one in my car. And he asked where my car was. I gave him, I didn't give him my keys. I was in handcuffs, but he grabbed my keys and asked what direction was my car was in, what type of car. I told him I had a silver Camaro. He went to my car, retrieved the weapon, and then I went to jail from there.
Okay. I have no further questions.
I have one. The police report says that Mrs. Bradley
and another witness advised the deputies that Gerald Banks was armed as they heard a loud click consistent with a gun being loaded.
Sir,
Question, you admitted to having an AK-47, which turned out to be half magazine was half full in your car. How could they have heard that? And how did they know you had a gun if it was in your car the whole time?
Sir, that claim was false. When the officers arrived,
Yes.
I was standing by the door, and I didn't have any gun on me. It was still in my car.
Right, I understand that. But when officers got called, they said they heard a gun being loaded outside. It's part of the reason they called.
Yeah, so that claim was false. Also, when I asked the officer to identify her with her ID, they did not. She gave a false name, which is Janae Bradley. That's her sister. The girl who I was dealing with name is Kayla Bradley. When I brought this to the officer's attention, as I was in the back seat looking through the window and I seen that he wrote the name down, I told him about that, and he still didn't do anything about it. So those claims, all as in the whole, was false, outside of me going there to retrieve my clothes.
Hey, but it is true that you had a loaded AK-47, which is kind of an unusual car gun, isn't it?
Not in the state of Louisiana, no, sir. It's actually very common. People carry assault rifles in their trunks.
Man, I know people too. And we don't, that's a big car gun. Okay. All right. That's all the questions I can get. So she's lying about it. Both of them are lying about the gun, hearing a gun being loaded. And
yes, sir. It's why she didn't appear in court, because also she had a fraud case that was is why she gave the false name. That's why she didn't appear in court for that particular case. If someone come to my house with a loaded gun, AK-47 at that, and used to deal with the person, and I know that you served in the military. I know that you've been through multiple different wars, Iraq and Afghanistan, and you came to my house and I felt like it was a threat, I would come to court.
well, you thought it was a big enough threat, you wouldn't. Okay, thank you, sir.
No problem, sir.
I call for an executive session.
I second.
We have a motion and second for executive session. Could you call the roll?
RONALD?
Yes.
BREAUX?
Yes.
Fraser?
Yes.
Simmons?
Yes.
So, Mr. Blanks, we're going to be in executive session for just a moment to discuss confidential matters. Stand by. We'll return shortly.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Blanks, we need a motion to go back in
I
regular.
make a move that we get back into regular session.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Till, a second by Mr. Freeman to return to regular session without objection. We're back at 2:48. And Mr. Blanks, we're prepared to vote. Mr. Freeman will be voting.
Okay, Mr. Blanks, first off, I thank you for your service to the country, and I know it's tough going to those places, and we couldn't do the stuff we do without people like you. But the problem is, it's like the district attorney stated, you know, 2 different times you had offenses where there was a weapon on premises or present. And I think you just need a couple more years cleansing. So I advise you to reapply, and after 10 years of cleansing, we'll reconsider.
Mr. Till.
I'm gonna vote to grant.
Mr. Prater.
I vote to deny with, same thing Mr. Freeman said, and I concur that the guns were present in 2 different situations, and it just makes me nervous to vote to the grant.
I do agree, Mr. Blanks. My vote today also is to deny based on the opposition expressed by the district attorney today. So today, sir, your application for clemency has been denied. You have been encouraged to reapply once a 10-year cleansing period has passed. Good luck, sir. And that concludes our business today. We're going to sign off or adjourn at 2:49.
Can we vote?